Hey, hello. I'm a little closer these days. Let me take a step back. Better. Maybe. I don't know. We moved things around in the studio. And by studio, I mean my living room in which the studio exists. So we're trying to light it a little bit better so my hair is not the whole time flickering like a marshmallow in the summertime on an open flame. But it's a work in progress, so you might be able to see a little bit more of my frecklelinas or my, not today so much. Sometimes I get the acne as well. But today I'm clean and clear and under control, and that's what we're here for. That's what you signed up for when you subscribed. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe, and then we can talk about my face routine, which everyone has been dying to know. First, I start with water. I'm just kidding. Okay. We're all here to talk about Jen Hatmaker. If you don't know, she's a woman who makes hats. She makes floppy hats. She makes brown hats. She makes black leather hats. And she wears them on the internet. And people just, they connect, especially women. I'm just kidding. Those were 2 jokes. I don't know if they landed. Let me know in the comments below. Okay, so there's a lot to talk about today in terms of who Jen Hatmaker is. As you may have seen in the thumbnail of this video, there's a big connection to the Hollis universe. So Jen Hatmaker is a member of the Hollis verse. And I brought my books. One is see-through, one is not. Because Jen Hatmaker is actually, I think she's only mentioned in this one, I'm pretty sure, but I brought this one just in case. She is mentioned, I don't think she actually, Jen Hatmaker is an author herself, and she gave Dave Hollis, Rachel Hollis's ex-husband, as you most likely know by now, one of the references to his book, Built Through Courage, which we know was not the best book. And I don't see it on this one. So there's speculation as to when, so just in case you don't know, Jen Hatmaker and Rachel Hollis seem to be, at least from my, a very novice internet sleuthing, that they're no longer BFF. Oh, they're no longer BFF, everybody. What are we gonna do?
I do not give a fuck.
I don't care, okay? But I did try to find when the last time they've just talked about each other, and as far back as I could see was 2019, I believe. So unknown when they ended their friendship, their bestie-ship, but we're gonna talk about the timeline. We're gonna talk about it all. We're gonna talk about who the heck Jen Hatmaker is for real, how she fits into the Hollis universe, Dave's involved, Jen's ex-husband's involved. And I'm also sort of going to touch on, now that I've covered Glennon Doyle, and now I'm talking about Jen Hatmaker, these 3 women, Rachel Hollis, Glennon Doyle, Jen Hatmaker, have very, very similar stories. And it's almost shocking that they have such big fan bases, and no one's pointed this out before, or at least maybe they have, but it's crazy how many overlapping narratives there are. Like Christian mommy blogger, all of them check the box. Author for women, all of them check the box. Rachel and Jen both have children who are part of the LGBTQ community. Glennon herself is a part of the LGBTQ community. They've all denounced Christianity in some way, or at least organized Christianity. A lot of them, all 3 of them, tend to still say they have a spiritual connection to God or religion, but not most. I don't think any of them attend church in the physical form anymore. And Jen and Rachel both have adopted children. Glennon does not, so she's separate there. Glennon and Jen have charities, nonprofits. Rachel, as far as I know, does not. Of course, there's the Dave Hollis Giving Fund, but that doesn't actually seem to exist when you look for it, perhaps. Anyway, so that's just a brief just a quick off the dome rundown of some of the similarities between all three of these gurus. And in my opinion, this is where I see things. It's interesting as an outsider of fandom of these three. Glennon seems to be held up on the highest pedestal. And I don't think it's rightfully so. I don't think anyone should be pedestaled, but I guess she's like, I don't know. The more I went back and like watched my live, I don't think I watched the whole live, but I sort of went through my notes of the live and sort of watched some clips when I was cutting them for the segments. I didn't give Glennon enough heat for uprooting her children's lives as I think I should have. So in the future, I plan to cover Glennon again and go in a little bit more detail about her life and pronounce her wife's name correctly next time from the get and get some of the facts a little bit clearer when we go to the second deep dive, excuse me. And, but yeah, I think she probably is like revered publicly as the best, the goodest one, the goodest good girl you've ever met in your life.
The best, goodest, good girl you ever met in your life.
And then Rachel is at the bottom because she's toilet gated herself. She had the marriage conferences. She went all in on, exploiting her relationship, especially. So when she got divorced, it was more heartbreaking for everybody and more shocking. And the timeline of it all was sort of shocking. Also, we'll discuss it a little bit. Now, this is not necessarily a gossip channel, rumor channel, but there is definitely rumors around Jen Hatmaker and Rachel Hollis, Jen Hatmaker's husband, Brandon Hatmaker, and Rachel Hollis secretly causing each other's divorces because Brandon Hatmaker has come out publicly and said that he cheated on Jen. And the divorce announcements were very, very close to each other. And so a lot of people are speculating, like, could Rachel have cheated with Brandon? Rachel recently on a podcast had mentioned that she was like, ugh, it makes me want to vomit to think of that, and like that anyone would believe that. So I guess she's denying the rumors. But I'm not holding it against anyone for thinking that, because the timeline was like, it was like weeks apart. So everyone was like speculating like, And the reason, that Rachel gave for wanting to divorce is so vague. And then Jen sort of, and we'll go into it. So I'm just kind of going, I'm just like talking to a friend at home, just like telling you all this gossip, but we'll cover it more deeply. Okay, so let me get to the meaty parts of this story. I have like 1,000 links to things. Okay, let me just go over my similarities again. So here's my summary. So this is between Rachel and Jen, Rachel Hollis and Jen Hatmaker, who we're about to go into. They both got divorced around the same time. Speculation about Rachel cheating with Jen's ex, which apparently is not true, according to Rachel. Both Jen and Rachel got with men as like their second relationship out of a very long double-digit years marriage. Got with men who had never been married before. I thought that was interesting. How you go from one relationship, the next one you get with a man who has never has chosen not to marry, and now they're absorbing, or they're not stepdad necessarily yet, but they're absorbing like 4 children in Rachel's case and 5 in Jen's case. And also Rachel and Jen both have adopted kids. Rachel has 1 and Jen has 2, and Jen has 5 children total. And I'm going to read an excerpt too from Rachel Hollis's Girl Wash Your Face about her trip to Ethiopia and Jen's involvement in that trip, because Jen is one of the last, I believe, not one of the last, but Ethiopia has closed their adoption program to America, and that was after a lot of things, but one of the things was that a little girl had died, and the story is actually like super tragic, but I guess it was like a family. It was the mother who got convicted the most. The dad also did, the adopted mom and dad, but I guess they let the girl stay outside overnight in like cold Washington, I believe. And I'm probably telling the story wrong, but basically the girl died and she had signs of abuse, and she was adopted from Ethiopia from an American family. And shortly after that, Ethiopia closed its adoption program. And Rachel writes about it in Girl Wash Your Face as if, you know, this is a personal thing done to her that, you know, was very inconvenient for her since she filled out all the paperwork to adopt from Ethiopia. And she says she was called to do it, you know, by God, I guess. But it's just interesting that Jen had already adopted too. They are friends, and now all of a sudden Rachel Hollis is also called by God to go to Ethiopia and do exactly the same thing. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the press coverage that Jen got from going through with the adoption. I'm sure it's just totally unrelated. Okay, what else? Both Rachel and Jen have deconstructed in some ways from evangelical Christianity. Both Jen and Rachel have, I guess they're still alive, have dads who are pastors. It's been, someone sent it to me, and I'll have to pull it up, but I've heard this for a long time. I haven't seen it officially in writing. Someone did send it to me though, and I did not open it. But Jen suggested for Rachel to write a self-help book and to call it Girl Wash Your Face. So I guess the name came from Jen, and it sort of makes sense because that's sort of her delivery style, is very much like, I'm crazy and kooky, and I've just got to tell you a story. Oh, also, I know I'm going all over the place. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're also going to talk about Jen Hatmaker's latest scandal about her on planes. What the frick is up with everybody telling their business about how they act on planes? Rachel did a Rach talk where she talked for 40 minutes about how she does not like to talk to people on planes, how men hit on her on planes, how, you know, she doesn't want to smell your breath. I don't know. She talked about a lot of things, how people watching R-rated movies, on a plane is so disrespectful to her grandmother. Like, what? I don't know. I know too much about how Rachel Hollis thinks about planes. Apparently, Jen Hatmaker is also really keen on telling you how she is on planes, and was pretty offensive about what she was saying. She deleted the post and apologized, but then in her apology, basically re-uploaded the same photo that people were concerned about. So we'll talk about that. And I also found some, and people also sent me stuff as well, older posts about Jen on planes where she talks very similarly, and no one got upset that time, and she kept it up. So we'll talk about that. And then Jen opened a church. Apparently, at least for some time, Rachel had attended that church. Both got married in their early life to their basically their first boyfriend. They both have cookbooks. They both had tours recently, and both of their ex-husbands went to rehab for alcohol. Okay, that's the basic rundown of how they're similar. Now we're gonna break it down. So let's just go really quick so you can see who I'm talking about in case you're like, I've never seen this woman in my life. I have no point of reference for Jen, the Hatmaker. Here she is. She's not wearing a hat in this photo, but she is wearing a headscarf. Oops, I'm in the green. Avoid. Oh no, you're gonna know this is not my real house. Oh no. Okay, actually, let's stick in the office. She doesn't have like she has a very nicely renovated home because she was actually on HGTV for renovating said home. And we'll talk about that as well, her HGTV success. Also, she had a relatable blog post, similar, not the same as Rachel Hollis's bikini photo that went viral, but another hashtag relatable mom story that went viral on the Today Show sort of got Jen's career going. So we'll also talk about the low standards of, morning news stations and what they deem as nationally interesting to the public. Okay, here's Jen's website. If you didn't know, she also cooks. So that's her new thing. She's a cook, she's a chef, but she's not like a real chef. She's like a relatable chef. These are recipes that any person can make, okay? Very similar to someone we also know who was making simple Southern dishes. And Jen is the same. So she just came out the cookbook. She had a live tour at the same time as Rachel to promote the book and to also do stuff with it. So there she is. She's so glad that we're here. I don't know about us necessarily, but let me switch myself. There you go. Hey everybody, I'm so glad you're here. I've been making hats all morning. My little fingies, they're tired. Okay, so this is her beliefs. I'll move myself so you can see who I'm actually mimicking. I have a hat, everybody. I am the hat maker. Okay. I believe women living in freedom are the answer to all that ails society. Okay. When we are exactly who we, okay, here's, we need a you alert. I asked the members of the YouTube, I asked members of YouTube, that are in the inside, not the Pancake Breakfast Club, that's the second tier, but all of the members collectively. I don't know what we call it, members, whatever. I asked everyone for emoji and emote ideas. And I think this is a good one to add to the list, is you, becoming you, being you, who you are, discovering you, something like that, because this shows up so much in dumb self-help. Very much like Heidi Powell's Show Up Summit, become you, who you are, and be you as well. Dave Hollis's Who Were You Before You Were Who You Thought You Were Supposed to Be bullshit line, which means nothing. Made for More, You Are, You, ba-doo. So this is similar to that. Okay, this is Jen's philosophy on life. When we, so not you in this case, when we are exactly who we are, how we are, where we are, as we were always meant to be. Jen, what does this mean? When we are exactly who we are, how we are, where we are, like what? As we were always meant to be. Women are the greatest gifts to this world. My whole life's work is to serve women as they genuinely show up. These words are repeated. Everyone doesn't have an original thought. Show up for their own lives. We need not fear the truth or hard questions or spiritual curiosity or challenging unjust systems. That is literally why we are here. Welcome to this community. You are beloved and necessary and good. Okay, fine. I will say Jen, very similar to Glennon, less similar to Rachel, is open about her political beliefs. She's not hiding where she stands on various social issues. And I think this is a huge part of her story. This is where I go, you go girl, woo! I think that's hard to do. I think it's risky to do, to be open about being a liberal. I don't know if she labels herself as a liberal, but I think based on her social, I don't like labels necessarily in politics, but I think it's safe to say she's open-minded, progressive on many social issues, including LGBTQ, immigration, what else? Gun reform, those things. Interesting. We'll talk about this too at some point. She has an interesting line about her stance on abortion, but she's also talked about not agreeing with Roe v. Wade being thrown away. So, but she says she's still pro-life, or she has. I don't know if she's changed that yet. So interesting. And I am all about evolution. You know, I'm not against changing your mind and explaining it. I just get annoyed at people who pretend like, am I the only hippie, guys? I've been a hippie for so long. It's like,
am I the only hippie?
you know, when Rachel says that and pretends that she didn't have this whole life before where she was like against everything that world stood for, and you're supposed to just go along with it like, oh yeah, sure, you've always been like this, of course. Anyways, so there's Jenny from the block. And, you know, she lost some fans. I'm talking about Jen Hatmaker now. She lost some fans on the way, obviously. Her book at one point was like taken off shelves of one, at least, Christian outlet because of her stance on LGBTQ. And she stood her ground. So we'll talk a lot about that. Christians seem to not like her. Well, I shouldn't say that. Some Christians don't like her. I've seen a lot of like people analyzing, like there hasn't been much analysis of Jen as a self-help person. There's been quite a lot of analysis as a Christian leader. And like I said, she started a church with her ex-husband. I don't think either one is a part of the church anymore. We can look at the website, but you know, they were definitely more traditional church, because some people can be church adjacent, but then they don't actually, like, in their work, like, oh, you know, Rachel Hollis, she got published with like a Christian publisher, but she didn't make her whole brand at the beginning like, I go to this church, I believe in these things. She sort of like was definitely leaning into that, but I think Jen much more was talking about the theory of church and like, I don't know, like actually going into the building and the logistics of that. Does that make sense? Like she wanted to discuss like preachers and women allowed to do certain things in the church and the, I'm not a big church person, obviously. I grew up Catholic, went very rarely my early years. So we have different things, but basically she's someone interested in sort of, discussing the inner workings of mega churches, inner workings of small churches, what should remain, what shouldn't be, those types of things. So that's something that I did not see much of from Rachel, or maybe Glennon. I don't know as much about her work, but definitely something you see with Jen. And this is like nothing important, but here's Jen's like you can buy stuff page shop. So she's got her brand, I guess, or whatever. She is free. The shirt and the hat are not free, but she is free. But this is so funny. Okay. I'm just going to throw some shade. $5 for 10 colored pencils because she put her branded sticker on it. Jen. No. These are dollar store pencils, okay? You cannot justify $5 plus shipping most likely for these. I'm sorry, you just cannot. It's like, why even sell these? For what purpose? What purpose? And then this, like another dollar store thing. Like this is $1, not $5. Thanks, Manna. Welcome. I just came across this and I was like, wait, what the frick? I'm changing F. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. If I can catch myself without cursing up a storm, I'm going to, since we're talking about Christianity today. I'm going to keep it PG-13 for all the people watching. Okay, another thing Jen does that is definitely in the self-help arena is courses. Now, not a ton, and they're relatively inexpensive, so I'm not going to totally trash on her here, but it is worth noting. She has something called Me Course. Not about we anymore, like her bio. Big sweater, big hat energy. Me Course. Okay, so I definitely think Jen is fair game to critique in the self-help space, in my opinion. Okay, so it says, welcome to the Me Course series. Me Course is an e-course. Get it? That's for you, sister. Jesus. I need to take a sip. Every time it says sister, this is my 10 gulp sister rule. Anytime I read a self-help person say sister or mama, I have to take 10 gulps of water as I choke and die. Okay, I took 1.5. Okay, that's for you, sister. So you can show up. These people. Get a new fucking phrase. Okay, I already changed. I'm already cursing. Get a new phrase. Made for more gets copyrighted because literally it's already been around in the self-help space. Show up. There's already 12 companies, I'm sure, that has that. Anyways, show up for yourself. Show up better for yourself, your family, and everyone else in 2022. Our mission here is simple. This is inspirational, educational, and actionable content, as I like to say, for the rest of us. Okay? We'll be covering categories where I've seen the most life change in myself and in others. Okay, and then her own quote of herself, I believe women living in freedom are the answer to all that ails society, so I made these courses. Okay, let's just hear from Jen for a quick hot second. Okay, let's just hear. I want to hear her. I want to hear your voice. Oh, she's got a little cute bun, guys. Relatable. Okay. Uh-oh. Intro slide.
Community, learners, I'm so glad you're here and that we'll be learning together in this space. Welcome to the Me Course series. Our mission here is simple. This is inspirational, educational, and actionable content, as I like to say, for the rest of us. It's not heady, graduate level work here, okay? But it is what we all need. From finance to building habits to cultivating simplicity in the name of wellness and more. These are some of the pillars where I've seen the most life change in myself and in others. And I want to share it. I want to tell you what can measurably work. And I wanted to do it with some friends.
Okay. Oh, okay. So she has friends. That was one thing I was going to mention about this. I do like that she is not the expert in 75 different arenas of life. She brings in people that she deems to be the experts to deliver the information. So I, can get behind that much better than Rachel Hollis teaching all of the sections because she knows it all. Jen seems to at least acknowledge that she has some, learning to do from other experts. Okay, so someone said prices. I'm going to find out right now. I think from what I remember, I could be mixing all of these people up, is that it was pretty affordable, but let's double check. And what do you get? 4 to 5 sessions, about 15 to 20 minutes each. So that's 4 times 15. Someone do the math. Okay, so that's not a lot of content necessarily. I guess it depends on how many different subjects there are. Yes, that's it. But also, yes, that's enough. You'll see. Okay, so she's acknowledging that it's not that much. Plus, you'll get free access to tons of bonus resources, and you'll get to join our private community. Oh, the private Facebook group, most likely. Okay, so this is the bundle offer. Gain access to all 7 of Jen's Me courses, over 65% off. Basically, 6 courses for less than the cost of 3 courses. Use the code 7Me Courses Bundle. Why wouldn't you just just make that the price? Why do I have to type something in? Come on. Okay, for $99. Normally it's $483. And what do you get for that? Okay, cooking for the rest of us. I guess Jen teaches that since she's got a cookbook. Deconstruction, reconstruction, faith. Okay, so you can do these each separately or do the bundle for $99. I feel like that's fair. I mean, I should say, could you probably get this information from literally YouTube for free? Probably. I don't think there's any secret golden nugget of, juicy, secrets that you're going to find here that you can't find anywhere else or that aren't obvious or she's not going to talk about in a podcast that is free. But 99 compared to, $77,000 like these other idiots on Instagram are charging for their classes and things. I mean, $99, I feel like I could, I'm not going to, report it to the FBI for theft if I'm not totally I'm not totally satisfied with the course. Not to say that that's nothing, but under 3 figures, I think is a good start. So, okay, wellness, simplicity. I really need a course on simplicity. And this seems to be a trend in Jen's life. She wrote a book that basically is like against excess. So like living more with less, made for less. So that seems to be a theme in her life. Parenting, content creation. And she seems to have a diverse women of color, okay, for the experts. And then it says who you'll be learning from. Let's just pick one. Simplicity. I brought in 2 experts for this course. McQuillan Smith, aka the Nester. I like to call her home whisperer. She is our cozy minimalist and will help us to have the most amount of style with the least amount of stuff. Then Emily P. Freeman, the soul minimalist. We will help us clear out the mental and emotional loads that we carry and cart around. Okay, whatever. Who's the financial one? Lindsay K. Leverton, Director of Wealth Management Services at the Mura Group. Ladies, sisters, she's a financial planning ninja. I can't wait for you to meet her. For my brief, I'm sort of uncovering stuff as we go here as well. From my brief listening to Jen, she definitely leans into this. Ladies, sisters, she's a ninja. She's a goddess. Make it make sense. Like, she's got so many catchphrases that she uses on a daily basis that I'm like, actually, speaking of, let me go back to the shop. One of the things, okay, this is her. She has this thing that's like, make it make sense shirt. I'm like, do you own that? And then I looked it up and she doesn't own it. Catalog? I don't know. She's got like different little catchphrases. I think she's got it somewhere else. I have a link for it, I'm sure. Okay, so she's got courses, she's got books. She's got a bunch of books you can buy that she's written over the years. Let's look at that real quick and then we'll get into it. So the most recent, Simple and Free, that's about having, living life more with less, like I said. Fierce, Free, and Full of Fire, Freakily. She got her hat in that one again. Of Mess and Moxie. Around this time, this is when Rachel Hollis and her were friends, because I saw on Rachel Hollis's Facebook page earlier today that she had like 10 giveaways for this book, so that must have been around the time. 7 Days of Christmas, For the Love, and that was her big one, For the Love. And then she had a book, I don't know if it was that one, but she has a book that got like cut because she had a Christian publisher. And as soon as she had, she had a view that was everyone deserves rights. They were like, we don't agree. See ya. So that's that. Okay. All right. So let's start out with the most recent scandal, because I always find that to be fun. And it was what I alluded to earlier about the plane incident. So Jen Hatmaker wants you to know how she is and why she is the way she is on planes. And like I said, I'm new to the Jen Hatmaker world, so I'm not sure, what her stance on health and diet culture necessarily is. But I read on the Reddit threads recently that Jen has sort of, as she's gotten divorced and sort of now she's dating somebody, she's been more focused on looks and focused on like weight loss, and has been mentioning little things in her podcast about, keeping her weight down and things, which I don't know, do whatever you want to do, talk about whatever you want to talk about. But this is related to that. And people were speculating or saying like, yeah, this is on brand for her. She's sort of become this way where she references people and for their weight and things like that. And then, yeah, I don't know. It definitely is just weird. And we're going to go back in time. And basically, I bring that up to say, I don't think she's changed. I think people around her have changed. Society has maybe changed because she's been talking like this for years. So here it is from Reddit, because she has since deleted the video and, the photo. It was not a video, a photo. But this is what it was. Now, if you're an Instagram fan, or even just a person who is, can see what this photo is not good. This photo is weird. Like, what am I looking at? What am I seeing here? Don't know. But this is a caption. So you're really intrigued. You're like, what is this? Is this up close of a scarecrow? Is this someone's shirt or someone's pant leg? We'll never know. Jen, let us know. Jen says, one thing some of you might remember about me is that I like to sit next to a substantial person on flights. What does this mean, Jen? A substantial person? Like of great character? You like to sit next to Nelson Mandela style people on planes, or what? A substantial person on flights. But I think we know what she's talking about here if you read between the lines. I like a lot of upper arm shoulder contact. It makes me feel cozy. If they try to lean away, I close the gap. Yes, this can be and almost always is a stranger. What's the problem? No question mark. What's the problem? Period. And I'm not even mad about side meaty thigh contact either. It makes me feel safe and tucked firmly into my seat with someone to lean on. Otherwise, I can just wobble around my chair with no security. It's too loose. Also, I get cold on planes, and I like to close sit for body heat. My friends and travel partners cannot with this. But who is going to say tucked safely in her chair during turbulence because her seatmate is her side buffer? If you feel constricted by your airplane seat space, please sit by me and we will merge into one person. And don't lean away from me, damn it. My seatmate is asleep and keeping my right arm nice and toasty and cozy. Don't worry about it. Thoughts? We've officially reached the point in society and humanity where more thoughts that are had need to not be shared anymore. I don't understand what the point of this is. First of all, a substantial person with a meaty thigh bone, whatever she's talking about, touching her and her liking it and her whatever to strangers. It's just weird. And I don't know. This is like so ridiculous. I don't know what to analyze about it first. First of all, personal space. You pay for your seat. I don't want you touching me. And the second thing is she's making it seem like she's going to just float away or be like blown away because she's so tiny and petite or something. Like, oh, I'm just going to during turbulence, I'm just going to flip away if I don't have this fat person next to me. I mean, that's what she's saying, right? Like she's saying it in a nice wink, wink way. Like, oh, no problem. Like, I'm just being funny and relatable here. I don't know. There's a lot of things wrong with it. Second thing, taking a picture. I still don't know what this picture is, but taking a picture of a stranger and saying, oh, they're asleep, and then posting it to Instagram. And let's see. Let's just go to her Instagram and see how many followers she has. Like, not that anyone's going to be able to identify you via, your flannel shirt. But I still think that there's a huge violation of space with this. And she has over 500,000 followers on Instagram. like, what is the point? There's nothing good that came out of that Instagram. And I don't know, like what your point, like, I just wanted you to know that I really like when substantial people sit next to me so I can shove myself over to them. And I really get angry when they move because I need to be safe in my seat. And I like it when your thighs are flabby. It's like, okay. And I think my negative hypothesis on Jen, and we'll see if it comes true, Jen focuses on Jen. Jen is a self-centered person. Now, she's accepting of others. I appreciate that. But in her offhanded remarks, in her delivery of certain things, it's like tuning into, what do they call it? WIMF, like what's in it for me? That's what I think about Jen. And speaking of that, now let's bring it back to her talking about other instances on planes that I found, and some people sent me stuff. And we'll also go to the apology where she posts the same photo that caused the disturbance in the first place. So here we go. Okay, let's see. This is from 2018. Okay, another photo that I don't need to necessarily see ever. Okay, this is what she says here. October 22nd, 2018. Not only did I spill coffee all over myself in the airport this morning, but my seatmate is teeny. Oh no, they're teeny. That's exactly what she hates. She likes meaty. Ugh. No, substantial, sorry. Passenger shaming, thank you. Passenger shaming says, I have an Instagram account where we highlighted this nonsense. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. We can look it up. And for that, I say,
I don't know if anybody has worked as hard on this topic as I have.
I just want to tell you that passenger shame. Just kidding. I'm interested to hear your perspective on it. And this is what my prediction is. Jen's favorite word is
Me.
I could be wrong. Maybe I'm being, too soon judgmental, but
this girl a mess, y'all.
Also, shout out to Kind Kendra Creates. She's so close to 1,000 subs if she hasn't already hit it now. She was the person who came on the show to talk about her experience at Rach Talk Live, and she's been steadily growing since then. So we're supporting her and getting 1,000 subs so she can get paid, y'all. I'm from the South California, that is. Okay. Anyways, thank you. We'll look it up. We'll look up Passenger Shaming's account after this one. Okay. All right. So this is now her complaining about someone being too small for Jen's taste. But my seatmate is teeny and will offer me no physical containment in my seat. I will probably fall right onto the floor. She really thinks she's like the skinniest waif that's ever existed. Like her body is made of paper mache. She's going to just... If I don't sit next to someone substantial, I will just fly away, is Jen's theory. See post from last week about my seatmate preferences. Okay, I have that link somewhere too. And also, like, what is this career where you have to like tell people all of your preferences, all of your life story, and that is your business? Like, oh, if you don't know what my preferences are on airplanes, look up last week's post about my rantings and ravings of life. I don't know. Flying west to a sold-out show in Temecula, California tonight. 2 of my besties are coming, and Nicole blah, blah, blah. Okay. I did this work alone for many, many years. Solo flights, the only speaker, no travel companions, no partners. Those years were fruitful and useful, but they were also lonely and hard. I've worked with a team for the last 4 years, and it has changed my life. Collaborating, traveling together, absolute hijinks, group prayer, sharing the spiritual load, teamwork, connection. I will never go back. I am so much better with other people. Okay, that's good. I like this post, this part. My loneliness disappeared, my exhaustion went down, and my courage increased. My travel fun went absolutely through the roof. Traveling alone is zero fun. Not true. It can be fun. I've had fun traveling alone. Who are you people? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So she's just going on and on. But traveling preferences. She doesn't like teenies. Anyways. That's one. And then let's go to the other one. We got a video about her talking about her plane preferences. Now we don't have to listen to the whole thing, but it's short. It's only 2 minutes. And this is my theory. More goes into my theory of she's focused on the me course, me life, with strangers at least. Maybe she likes we when it comes to customers. We are customers together. Pay me. We of us paying for me. And people she respects and knows, people in the industry perhaps, or people at her church. But when it comes to strangers, she seems to be like, this show is about me. If you're an NPC, as they say, like a non-playable character, and life revolves around Jen, at least on airplanes. And so this is called A Nonsense Travel Story About Jackets and Airplanes. Okay, and this is from 5 months ago. Yeah, so June 4th, 2022. So hot off the press. Ready?
Just got back from a work trip. Do you remember those? I barely remember those. I had my 3rd speaking event in 2 years. And it was so good to be in a room full of women again. I just can't even tell you. It was even good to travel. You know, at the height of like my speaking work, I was on a plane all the time. And I just remember thinking, if I never set foot on a plane again, now forget about it. It's like my favorite zip code now is an airplane. And I'm a super friendly traveler. You can probably imagine this about me, but like I'm in a kind of a friendly, exuberant companion. In fact, I had a little jacket when I got on the plane coming back from San Diego to come home. And I notoriously leave jackets on airplanes because I don't usually have one. So I've got my little jacket and I put it up top with my suitcase and I tell the guy next to me, I'm like, hi, you're in charge of making sure I get that jacket. And then I look at the guy behind me, I'm like, you're also in charge. You're second in command. You're second string. If he forgets to ask me if I got my jacket, you need to tell me. This is your work on this flight. So when we land,
like, who are you? Are you the hat maker that makes hats for all of the other influencers? Because why are you asking me, lady, about your jacket? And there's another post where, very similar to Rachel Hollis style, Jen's like, don't talk to me on a plane. I don't want to talk to you. Okay, but then fast forward now, all of a sudden, she wants to be sitting next to you if you're meaty, and remember to tell me to bring my jacket because that's all you're good for. Now, she didn't say that, but you don't think they got stuff to remember? They got to remember about your outerwear on the plane? Come on, girl. Girl, remember your own shit.
I stand up and a guy about 3 rows up goes, get your jacket. Look, we're all in it together. So I do want to tell you this.
We're all in it together in my world. Also, let me just comment about the ridiculousness of this entire industry that exists, and I hope will one day not. Someone is obviously filming this. It seems like someone who's taller than her. So maybe like her son who is older, or some man, or some tall woman in her life. I don't know. I'm just assuming they're taller because like the camera's propped up, but you can tell that it's like, you know, someone's holding this. What is the thought process? Hey, let me get barefoot, put on some jorts. I look good. I'm going to record this story, and I just want to hit record for me, please. And I'm going to use it to promote something or what? I don't know why. Like, hey guys, okay, hit record. Hey guys, remember work meetings? Who was a work meeting? So let me tell you about this time on a plane, and then wrap it up with some like random, it's like, what is this? Why do we do this? Why do we accept this as legitimate advertising or whatever? I don't know. It's like this desperation to appear relatable, and it works so well. I understand why they do it, but it's just like the logistics of shooting this. I'm just going through the like, okay, hey, I'm standing here. Let me just knock this out real quick. I don't know.
live events were kind of the first to go and the last to come back. And I am just telling you, like, the joy of being gathered again filled my cup up to the rim. We are
Filled my cup.
Planning and dreaming up a tour in the fall. And so I can't wait to bring you details about that. I can't wait to be with you. I can't wait to come to your cities. I can't even wait to get on an airplane, and I mean that. Like, I mean that sincerely. And so it's good to be together again, and I can't wait to see you, to hug your necks, to laugh together in a room, maybe cry.
Okay. This is exactly, and I don't know, I'm going to assume Rachel took it from Jen. And I say that not really knowing, but I'm just I don't know. I'll take a leap and say I think Rachel copied Jen because Jen seemed to be doing this before Rachel did all this. But hug your necks is a thing that Rachel says. Thank you, 42C2. Yeah, 42C2. That's fine. And we're going to laugh. We're going to cry a little bit. It's like, why? Why is that the goal of all these women's events, is to laugh and cry and hug each other's necks? Like, can't there be anything else done and accomplished at these things? Please, for the love of God.
We did both in San Diego, and just see the world kind of come back to life and back together. Anyway, super, super, super fun. Also, shout out to the 3 men on my plane who made sure I got home with my jacket. You guys are the real MVPs.
Okay, stop recording. Okay, I don't want to jump around too much, but just keep in mind, she's got another video like this, just like a casual, like relatable video where she's talking into the camera. I think she set it up on a tripod this time. It is the most uncomfortable video, at least logistics wise. Like, she's sitting in a chair, but it looks like she's about to like fall off the chair because she isn't quite sitting on it, but she's sitting on it to like look kind of pretty, I think, or to look like she's got very good posture. It's uncomfortable. I'll just say it looks uncomfortable to me. Okay, let me go to my screenshots because I think the other post about the plane is on here. Okay. Okay, well, maybe this isn't the one, but here's another plane. Can you believe that I found like 3 separate instances where I could, I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about the plane, the one plane, plane gate for Jen. And then I searched planes. Thanks, Claire. And I searched planes Jen Hatmaker, and I went through her like old Facebook. Like, so many came up. I'm like, how is this possible? Okay, so here's the shot. She loves taking a picture of her leg for some reason. Thanks, Mel K. Thank you. Welcome. This is from, again, 2018. So this must be from the one that she had referenced everybody she's like, everyone go back to the last week where I talked about my preferences so you know what my preferences are for planes. Okay. One of the funniest moments ever on the Moxie Matters tour was when I told the team that I like to sit by a beefy person on airplanes because it makes me feel cozy. I even lean into our side body touching with no regrets. Well, I'm glad that you have no regrets, Jen. They screamed with laughter, of course. This makes no sense because so am introverted and private and don't like to talk on flights. But for some reason, I like a good substantial upper arm and even hashtag side thigh. Okay, I can't. As my seatmate. I feel nice and solid in my seat. We're in this together. Bitch. You're in this for yourself. Okay. Oh, passenger shaming. Thank you. Passenger shaming says, don't put your feet on the walls of the plane you do not own. Okay, thanks. Bye. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that is not good.
Somebody ought to smack you.
Come on, Jen. Proper etiquette. Let's go here.
This is just stupid.
This is for everybody on behalf of passenger shaming. This is what passenger shaming wants you to know, everybody.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
On planes. Thank you, passenger shaming. You can add this to the saga. Jen Hatmaker's complete history of plane preferences. Okay. She's so introverted, but she still likes side thigh. Okay, that makes sense. We're in this together. I'm tucked in with a human seatbelt. What? I'm tucked in with a human seatbelt? Don't come at me. Okay, Jen. I have a beefy seatmate on my flight right now, and I'm all the way here for it. I don't care what you say. Okay, you cared later, though, because you apologized in 2022 for this exact thing. Actually, the one that was more recent was much less egregious than this. I don't care what you say. Moxie Tour kicks off tomorrow. We are coming for you, Little Rock. Get your tickets here. And then someone 4 years ago, I don't know, I'll have to go back and see what this comment thread was, but apparently it ended in her having heart eyes. Someone says, that's fine for you, but as a beefy person, I'm always freaked out when I'm touching thighs with someone on a flight. I'm constantly shifting to try and keep from touching. My inner insecurity is telling me that the person next to me is disgusted by ... It's like, first of all, again, if for some reason someone looked over and goes, oh, that's that author lady, the Christian mommy blogger, Jen Hatmaker. Okay, I'm too shy to talk to her, but I'm going to look her up later. And then you go on her Instagram and you see, I'm next to this beefy, fat thigh gorilla person that I'm just going to, nestle into with no consent. It's like, I guess she just kept getting away with this. Like, she's been telling this story for years, and I guess it's fine. So no one said anything before in 2018. So she's just like, I'm just going to keep reusing this content because it's definitely not problematic at all whatsoever. Okay, but let's read the apology because we got to see, what the heck she has to say for herself, at least about this one, her most recent one. Okay, and again, now this is just from Reddit, but let me just make sure before I say it again. She posted the same photo and was like, about this. It's like, okay, you could have probably just, I don't know, done a dumb notes app thing at this point. Okay, how old is this? When did this happen? Because now I'm not even seeing that again. Did she delete the apology too? Oh, yeah, no. Okay, it's here. I lied. I found it. Okay. Here's the apology. Right here. About this, with, again, the same photo. And I also want to read the top comment because the amount of times I read something where someone's apologizing and the top comment is, you don't need to apologize. People are too sensitive, is ridiculous. And sometimes people are sensitive, but that is the one that that needs to be the top comment is like, no need for this. I just find it so weird. Okay, but anyways, so now she put a graphic on it about this and put an arrow in case still don't know what this is, what I'm looking at. But apparently this is where we need to focus our attention is in this crack of somebody's arm or leg or thigh or scarecrow, like I said. Okay, so this is 5 days ago. Just in case you didn't know. Good morning. I am in the airport. This woman loves the airport. I am in the airport, but wanted to get this to you ASAP. I wrote a post yesterday that was meant to be lighthearted, but so wasn't, and it absolutely hurt some of your feelings. I had an event in Florida last night and was off socials, but I got a text about it and immediately took it down. That was the very last thing I wanted in the whole world. And because I couldn't monitor or manage it, I didn't want to leave it up and cause more harm before I could do anything about it. I am endlessly, wildly sorry. I was careless with my words and hurt some of you. It opened a door for body shaming, and that is so very shitty. Okay, at least she's taking responsibility for what it actually is. I do appreciate that. I am crazy about all of our bodies, each and every one of us. Okay, crazy about it? How? Tell me more. And I hate that I made anyone feel exposed or ashamed or embarrassed. Ugh. From the very bottom of my heart, I am so sorry, dear ones. Dear ones? Ugh. Okay. That was the furthest thing from my intention, but impact always matters more than intention. I blew it. Again, that's a Rachel Hollis line. She said, she finally realizes that her intention for talking about, the sweet woman who comes to her house twice a week to clean the toilets, her intention was to defend a woman with depression, but her impact was insulting an entire class of women. And that's sort of on her, but not really. So, okay, they all have the same lessons learned. Thank you for raising your voices and calling it out. I will never not listen to you and never imagine I have no blind spots, fails, or just plain shitty content. I love you and remain totally committed to making my dumb little corner of the internet safe for you. And when I F that up, I'll fix it. So much love to you. Okay, and it's edited. Just in case you didn't know. Edited at some point. On a scale of apologies, it's not the worst one. It's pretty she's not blaming her team. She's not saying you guys are wrong. She's accepting responsibility, and she's, I don't think reposting the photo in question is the thing you should do, but I can be forgiving. Okay. But the first comment is, it's a shame how sensitive people are. I read your post and found it really cute and endearing. If as a society we can't read factual things without getting feelings hurt, we are heading downhill. I hope soon enough we can all get over these sensitivities so the kind, caring people like you don't have to feel like they're wrong. I love reading your posts like yesterday's. I love the detail that gives us some insight into who you are as a person. Lots of love to you, amiga. I hope this doesn't bring you down too much because I know how much these things can weigh on me. Okay, well, they're a verified account, so I'm assuming they have a big following. And oh, look, Jen Hatmaker follows her. Interesting. This person is a makeup artist? I don't know. Not sure. Vegas makeup artist. There you go. So she thinks it's fine. The internet. Substantial people make good human seatbelts. That's a fact. According to this person. But the show is not about her. The show is about Jen Hatmaker, and that's who we're still going to be talking about. Okay, so that's the plane issue. We can look up passenger shaming. Let's see, just to see. Here we go. We follow each other, I think. Passenger shaming. Okay, let's see. Dang, you got a lot of followers, passenger shaming. Are you getting that self-help money? Are you getting that creator money? Oh God, this is perfect content for you. This is all about passenger shaming. Okay. Maybe I'll have to look at this later because I didn't realize these were all going to be passenger shaming videos. They all look the same. We'll have to bring it up later. I like it though. This is a great page. Everybody follow. They need to be up to 2 million by the end of the stream. So let's do it. Goals. Okay. Now let's move on from the plane and let's talk about the second, probably most juicy part of the story is the big D, the big divorce. That is the elephant in the room, as Jen Hatmaker would say. Now, again, similar to Rachel, Jen has a photo that she liked to share of her and her husband to remind us all to keep trying to make our relationship work. That was until it no longer worked anymore. But I do find it interesting that, mere months between like this post that's like, keep trying, and this is an example of a relationship and things are hard, but you can get through it, to, hey, we're getting a divorce, sometimes is very short. And just another reminder, once again, for the millionth, trillionth time, you see shit on the internet and you're like, oh, wow, Dave and Rachel seem like the best couple. And then they're divorced. And then you got the truth. So when you're thinking someone's probably got stuff more figured out than you, they probably freaking don't, I will say. That's just my 2 cents about it all. Okay. So let's start from the beginning. Not the beginning of the relationship, but the first time this specific photo was shown. Okay, here we go. This is from 2018. Okay, this is just to give you an idea. I'm not laughing about the divorce. I'm sure, it's tough, and they did a lot of business things together. They were on HGTV together. I just find it interesting and unrelated to them, honestly. It's just more about us as consumers of content like this, where relationships, whether they're doing it or not, are put on pedestals or are documented in this way. I just like to see it retrospect, hindsight of a divorce, and look at what they posted and go, ooh, I wouldn't have seen this coming. Didn't see that coming. You know what I mean? Okay, so this is in 2018. They got divorced in 2020. It says, we've been married 25 years today. We took one look at each other this morning and burst out laughing. I am here to tell you that no marriage is perfect or even easy, and you'll end up weathering storms you never imagined, some better than others. You'll find out what you're made of, and you choose each other over and over, anniversary to anniversary. That's the key word right there. That is very Rachel Hollis. You choose each other over and over again until you don't. That's where I think that the issue lies. You choose each other until you don't, because there's factors outside of both of your controls where one day you may not choose to be together. And it just puts all this pressure on everyone else. Like, we fight, guys, but we're choosing love, unlike you divorced idiots. Like, that's the vibe I get from posts like this, personally. Okay, this guy has loved me almost every day of these 25 years. We've got 5 babies, a good old dog, and we've built a life I love so much. I choose you for the next 25 years, Brandon. Famous last words. That's what they all say. Sorry. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but that's what you say. You choose until something makes you not want to choose, and then you're mum on the word. Like, then we don't know what happens. Isn't that the truth with all couples? Like, they're like, I love you, I choose you, it's been hard. They post, and then they divorce or they get broken up. And you, as like this interested party, are just left in the dust. We have no idea what happened. Not sure. He's come out with it and been truthful and open and honest, at least in the one interview that I watched of him, where he said he strayed from the relationship and cheated, and they got divorced, and he gave up on the marriage. So it was his fault. I think he takes most responsibility, at least in the interview that I listened to. And Jen has not said a thing about what actually caused the divorce. So that's 2018. Okay. So we're just going to basically look at the updated caption through the years. This one's from... Okay, this is also from this is actually earlier in time. This is from July 2018. Here we go. Does this look familiar to you, this photo? Still the one. Now this is more heavy-handed advice, and this is where I get even more be careful when you post this shit, later on. Still the one. Love your person. Hang on through the hard and confusing and frustrating times. Hang on through the busy and distracted and exhausting times. Hang on through the discouraging and disappointing and disillusioned times. Remember the hilarious and happy and fun times. Remember the connected and intimate and precious times. Remember the life you built together. Remember the babies you created. Remember the shared bank of memories and the bank account. Okay, I added that part. Those count. They matter. They last. 0 marriages are easy. 0 marriages are conflict-free. 0 marriages have spots that don't rub. Huh? 0 partners are fault-free. To be sure, not all relationships could or should be salvaged. Some are toxic and poisonous and abusive and should be walked away from. But if there is still love, still kindness, still hope, love your person. It's easy to say when you're not dealing with super hurtful stuff, I think. I think when times are good, it's easy to go, yeah, stay married, keep your person. But, several years later, shit hit the fan and they did not choose to be together. So again, taking advice from these people who think they know it all. Things change when real life happens. So anyways, okay. That's the second time that picture was used. Okay. Now this is 2020. And I am not trying to out friend of the show, Heather the lawyer. But Heather the lawyer, you're on here because you like this post. But it's okay. You're allowed. Okay, this is from 2020. So we're jumping across that same photo. Okay, this is June 30th. And we'll look, okay, remember that, June 30th, 2020, and very shortly after is when they started the divorce process. So let me write June 30th. Heather the lawyer, you've been outed. Okay. This guy, we went on our first date 9,899 days ago. We had our first kiss 9,898 days ago. In his Pontiac Le Mans in the Shawnee Park. The things we've weathered, experienced, forgiven, and overcome could fill 1,000 books. Oh my, how we have had to choose each other. Okay, here we go. Choose joy, choose your partner, choose. Life is a bunch of choices. Okay, it is, but it's also some choices are not yours to be making. And so we shouldn't be so judgmental. Okay, let's see. As I judge this woman in great detail. Okay. Okay, wait. The things we've weathered, experienced, forgiven, and overcome could fill 1,000 books. Oh my, how we have had to choose each other over and over. But here we are on day 9,899, still in love, even in like. He's still the one. Oh, Jesus. Keep choosing. Okay, now here comes the, I'm not going to blame her because it's her upbringing and her life, her life experience, but very pastoral. Here is me and my experience. Here is the lesson for all of you dweebs out there. My life, advice for you. That is the name of the game. And it's very wonderful and lovely when it's good, and then as soon as it's bad, now you're just like, well, you don't have all of the pieces of what's going on in these people's lives. You have this 3 to 4 year old photo of them looking happy and a caption that says, "We're the best, we choose each other every day," but in reality they're months away from a divorce or less. Keep choosing each other, beloveds. Oh Lord. Even past the moment you thought that work was behind you, even when you can't quite remember how you felt all those days ago, even when hope feels impossibly thin, because even then, I am telling you, new life is still possible. Love you, Brandon. You're real cute. Dun, dun, dun. That one sounds very much so like the Rachel Hollis anniversary post. Actually, can we bring that up? I hate to make this so heavy on Rachel, but it's just too similar. There's too many things between these two that are eerily similar. Now I gotta switch accounts because Rachel's team has decided to block me. It's not funny, okay? It really hurts my feelings when I get blocked. But I understand. Okay, I'm gonna just go back to when, I don't know, they might have deleted, I can't remember if she deleted these. Because her and Dave got re-engaged, or they did their vows every 5 years or some shit until, again, they didn't. And it was very similar verbiage. I remember it was like, we choose each other. I would choose you again for the next, lifetime of choice. It's like, obviously not. And that was on their anniversary, the year right before they got divorced. Well, let's see. Wifey, hubby. We're almost there. I'll bring you into it. Doop, doop. Everyone knows it. It's on them on the cliffside in the European tundra. Oh, I swear to God, she went back and deleted it. Like the one and only post of them. They chose joy again and again. Let me just see the date. November. Yeah, it must be still. I'm sorry. I know I'm like losing you guys. Okay, whatever. Listen to your heart, everybody. Anyways, okay, whatever. I think she deleted it. But basically, they were on the cliff of Europe, and they were saying, like, we choose each other, we choose each other, we choose each other, blah, blah, blah. Life is a choice. Okay, so in my opinion, similar. You just have to take my word for it. She didn't? Which anniversary? 2019 or 2020? The one before they got divorced, not the actual one. Okay, but besides the point, just believe. Or maybe it was Dave and I'm wrong completely. Okay, so also let's just go back to the divorce. So now you saw the 3 pics. Now this is the announcement that is sort of still vague. So we did June 30th, 2020. Okay. Now this is September 7th. So what is that? July, August, 2 months later. Pray for us. Okay. And then Jen says, I first thank you for the kindness you have shown these last 2 months. We are in a moment with no handbook and without a single clue how to navigate this privately, much less publicly. I don't know how to hide grief, so I haven't, and I am grateful for your absolute decency these last few weeks. I don't know how to say this, and I still cannot believe I am even saying it, but Brandon and I are getting divorced. Although the details are ours alone, this was completely unexpected, and I remain stunned as we speak. I am shocked, grief-stricken, and brokenhearted. However, according to court documents that I looked at, she was the one who filed for divorce. It wasn't like Brandon filed and dropped these on her pillow one night and said, bye, baby. Bye, sister. So she couldn't be that shocked that she's getting divorced because she was the one who did it, filed for it. Although this community is impossibly dear, that seems to be her word, dearly beloveds. Okay, well, I guess that's what she's going to say. Although this community is impossibly dear, beloved to me, in case you are an interloper who revels in the pain of another, I beg you to spare us your cruelty. Okay, I agree. In times of grief, it's not, first of all, I don't think anyone should comment anything on any post ever. Especially when it's like a parasocial relationship and, saying like, yes, this is great. I love you and your husband together. This is amazing. It's sort of unfair to be like, don't say anything bad now. Now I get it. I also struggle reading negative comments, and I'm sort of going through that now, where I'm trying to deal with that better in a more honest and mature way than I have been thus far dealing with it. Now, I've never ever deleted a comment, just for the record, but reading them sometimes, my own comments that are like negative or critical, I get like, oh, I'm hurt by that. That hurts. Like that bothers me. So I get it, but it's hard to go, please leave me positive comments. But then when I'm announcing something that you don't like, go, please spare me your cruelty. It's just like, you're sort of choosing to live this life. You have to kind of bear the weight of what you're doing. People have a right, as you're calling them dearly beloveds and like dearlies and besties and sisters, people who are close to you in your life are going to express their feelings to you. So I feel like it's unfair to now, okay, well, you're so close to me. I love all of you, but just shut the fuck up. Like, that's not fair. I don't think. I get it, trust me, but I don't get it because I'm not in that situation, but I know I don't want negative comments either, but it's hard when you're posting like, this is my love, choose each other every time, and then 2 months later, you're divorced. It's like, people have feelings about that. Okay, we have suffered so greatly. Hateful comments that harm our family will be deleted. The kids and I are getting away to retreat for a while, and I ask your kindness and for some room to breathe. Please respect the privacy of our children and our extended family. Our loss is not for public devouring. But your whole relationship was. I mean, they're not as bad as Dave and Rachel where they were having marriage retreats. But I think just based on, those photos and the public persona, like you were definitely okay with sharing the good parts. It's just unrealistic to only share the good parts and then you have to just look away and like pretend it doesn't exist when reality is happening. Okay. We are real people managing this in our real life in real time, and we are doing the absolute best we know how to do. Okay, great. If you pray for us. Hold us so dear in your hearts. We have felt your prayers these last few weeks. We have experienced your mercy. Thank you for being good to us. Know that we are deeply surrounded by love and have not been alone a single second in 2 months. Please help us and keep us safe as we try to heal and rebuild. Yeah. And then the comments are like, been there, feel ya, sorry. So that's nice. I get it, but I just think this is a good warning to all people who are sharing their life story and their love story as content to be monetized on the internet. I mean, it can't all be flowers and rainbows. This is sort of the downside of choosing that way of life. Is it fair? No. But as I'm slowly understanding, life is not fair. I thought it was when I was born. And when I was little, I was like, life is so fair. If I just work hard, I will be rewarded. But alas, there's more to it than that. Okay, so that was in September of 2020. Now, since then, things have been moving fast. Things move fast in the world of self-help. You can't be without content for too long, right? If you didn't have your children, if you didn't have every rambling thought in your head to have a podcast about, to write a book about, what would you do with your life as a self-help guru? And in this world, things move quick. So within 2 years, Brandon has moved on, not with the woman that he cheated with, according to him. And we'll play a clip of him talking about it. Because I think from what I understand, from what I heard, and I don't know this guy at all. He could be lying and full of shit. I have no idea. But to me, it seemed genuine. He talked about, having a difficult experience where a good friend of his was killed in a motorcycle accident. And it was sort of like totally unexpected. And he said from that experience, it really changed him. And he got very involved in alcohol abuse. And then during that time, he met somebody who was sort of, I don't know, like giving him attention at that time. And it was physical eventually. And he felt he says one time, we can watch it, happened once, he felt bad about it, and then he came clean to Jen, and then they got divorced. This apparently is someone else that he met afterwards, but they are engaged. They are engaged, and her name is Tina, and you don't know much about her. Her last name, I don't think has been published, I guess, or what, or not, but she seems younger. I don't know if that's true, but they are engaged, and she has a private account. And now I think I mentioned this, but he no longer works at the church that him and Jen started. He's now a part of like this development company, it seems like, in Austin that does like pretty large homes in like the outskirts of Austin, more of like the hill country, as they say. I don't really need to read this whole thing, but she says yes. She said yes, and they're engaged. Now, Jen also is not engaged. She has a boyfriend, and this is the post I was telling that she made that was like, to me, a little uncomfortable. Hold on, let me find it. What is this? Oh. Here's one more post before we move on. This is just one of those like, you didn't know that I was hurting in this photo, but in this photo, I'm much better now and I'm all good and I'm no longer hiding. It says, I took this picture on the left and wrote this post almost exactly 2 years ago on August 6th, one day before my birthday. No one knew I was getting divorced yet, only that something had gone terribly wrong and I had been off socials and we were in a catastrophic crisis. I can hardly look at this picture of me. I was so sad. I have never been that sad before or since. My face holds all the sorrow and shock and loss and grief I never wanted. I was at the bottom of the ocean. The pic on the right was today, standing underneath the same pecan tree in my backyard. Everything I wrote turned out to be true. All those things held, they delivered me back to me. That smiling, delighted, healthy, healed, whole person there on the right. Whatever we've built into our lives is what shows up when everything collapses. Not one good deposit is wasted. Not any of the hope, the love, the relationships, the faith, the honor, those keep. They accrue, they metastasize. Okay, so now, we got, oh no, Dave bots. Ban. Okay, the picture on the left is the saddest day ever, and the picture on the right is the happy and healed and whole in just 2 short years. And now, so 2 years ago, or I guess 4 years ago now, you get advice on marriage. Now she's going to give you advice on how to be alone and be better. Sounds like Rachel Hollis to me. Hang on to all the good things you have, the audacity to still fight for, still believe in. Keep building, keep choosing what is good and right and true and lovely. Okay, so we still have choice, but this time make a different choice. Okay. This is why I have such a problem with self-help. I have such a problem with it. It's so confusing because none of the advice stands the test of time. So it's like, what's the point of the advice then in the first place? Just everyone just like, which we already are, just fend for yourself and figure it out because these people don't know what the fuck they're doing and neither do we. So we're no better. Why are we giving them $1 million? Okay, sorry. Those will be there for you, beloveds. Without even meaning to, you will have built a gorgeous, strong, sturdy house that will shelter you during whatever raging storm comes. And when it recedes, you might stand under the very same tree 2 years later, smile from the depths of your little mended heart and mean it. Keep going, darlings. I don't know. To me, I'm just like, now it's the same thing, but like I'm actually better than the better that I was before. It's like, okay, if you say so, I'll believe it. But I mean, do I really? No, I don't. Okay, boyfriend update. Okay. I don't know why I find this so funny. And it is funny to me. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I cannot help it. I find a good hat video in an uncomfortable setting to be funny to me. Maybe it shows that I'm slowly like becoming less sociably acceptable in public. Because I'm like, isn't this hilarious? And they're like, why? I don't know. Just something about it makes me laugh. Okay, so this is called Who I'm Dating. And do we even call it that? You didn't learn your lesson the first time? You didn't learn your lesson the first time. Okay, let's blast the new guy right on the interwebs. 2 years later, not even, let's see, when was this? 8 months ago. So when is this? Was that March 2022? So she's gonna be like, this is my new boyfriend. So get ready for more hot tea on my podcast and in my new book and in my tour and wherever else I sell my life story. Okay, here we go. In a hat, Jen Hatmaker. Here we go.
If you missed it, I let you know very recently that I am dating a man. And he's pretty dreamy. And I'm pretty over the moon. So it's Tyler Merritt, who I've tagged. Go back and look if you've missed it. Go back and get it. Go back and pick it up. And we met randomly in New York. Neither one of us lived there, but we were both there by ourselves. I was there for work. He was there for fun. And we got connected because we have the same publicist. And I was like, I'm going to stay one more night. And I think I want to go see a show tonight. I think I want to go see Waitress. And she's like, oh my gosh, I have a brand new client who you would love, because we were there, she and I were there for work. I have a brand new client who you would love, and he's going to go see Waitress tonight. How about I connect you? And I was like, oh, sure. Okay, why not? And here we are. Listen, I was on record as saying, I cannot imagine a world in which a man comes into my life in a meaningful way via a dating app. This is not a judgment. A bunch of people I love found love on the internet through a dating app.
It is a judgment though. I could never, but like you guys, I totally support you. I could never demean myself to the point of dating someone on the internet. Are you kidding me? Who am I? A loser? But you guys, you do you. Now, famously, sort of, Rachel Hollis met her boo thing. Must find boo thing. Hold on. Boo thing, where are you?
Boo thing.
He's not from Europe, though, I don't think. I think he's from New York, maybe? I don't know where he's from. Actually, he's not from New York. I don't know where he's from. But I have his Instagram pulled up. We can look at who he is. But this reminds me of Rachel swearing up and down that she only went on the dating app to make friends, right? The celebrity dating app, Raya, which she later called out as specifically as Raya, where she surprisingly only met one friend who became her boo thing immediately and is now, mentioned in every single podcast she does, was talked about at length at her Rach Talk tour. I'm assuming will be a part of her book. So the stakes are not just love and companionship. The stakes are monetizable content for the brand, whatever the brand may be. So I feel like that something similar is coming and happening in this world with Jen. And not to say that men are innocent victims of their capitalistic endeavors. They probably are cool with it or have the choice to say no. So I'm not saying that they are, victims of this whatsoever. But I just think there's a lot more involved than just I just met this guy and it worked out. I think Rachel pursued it. I think Jen pursued it because they kind of deep down know their day-to-day lives with nothing juicy and gossipy to talk about is very basic and boring, most likely. Like their whole writing style revolves around the people in their life. And you can only write so many funny stories about peeing your pants before you got to put some juicy details about who you're dating in it, or else it gets boring. And I do think this is judgmental from Jen. She's like, I would never be on a dating app, whatever. I just can never picture it. It's like, so what is that? Why? Go into detail about why you don't think that that's a thing. And is that clouding your judgment, making sure that this relationship works versus going out and meeting people slowly? Or you're like, I just can't go on dating apps, so I'm just going to like make it work with this one guy who I was set up with. And no matter what, I'm just going to, any red flags, I'm just going to go like this, because I cannot bear to be on Bumble or whatever. It's like, I don't know. Whatever. Okay, Jen, continue.
I just knew I couldn't do it. I'm like, what? I'm just going to like meet some man? Just meet him? I'm just going to go to a restaurant. I don't know him.
Yeah.
And like talk to him?
Yeah.
No. Am I going to text him?
Yeah.
We're going to text? No.
Why?
It just felt impossible to me, you guys. I'm very old fashioned, right? And
I'm very old fashioned. Twist the hair. Doesn't she look uncomfortable? I'm sorry. I don't mean to like continually point it out, but like this doesn't look like I'm just hanging out with my girlfriend, like I think she wants you to think it is. It's just, to me, this is very stuffy. This pose and this chair and this hair and this hat. For some reason, I'm just like uncomfortable with the whole thing. It feels very forced, in my opinion. So she can't text and she can't go to a restaurant to meet a man. No way. She's got to go to the Waitress in New York.
last time I had a first date was in 1992. All right. So let's just go ahead and say I was out of practice and I don't understand the new ways. And so thank you, Tyler, for saving me from like Bumble or whatever. And also, I want you just to know now how dating is going for me, because basically all the time I'm sort of just like, I can't do anything because I'm dating. That's where my brain is, right? That's where my attention is going. That is what I want to do. So I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to make that deadline because I'm dating. And this transfers to all kinds of things. Like I'm using it carte blanche. Like, oh, I'm going to be unable to think about this at all because I'm dating. Or I'll tell the kids, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be cooking dinner tonight. I'm dating. Well, you want to cut an onion?
When I heard that, I was like, wait, what the fuck? What the frick? Guys, I am dating. Cook your own dinners, children. I don't know how old her kids are. I think they're older, relatively, but can you imagine? I don't know. I don't have children, for the record. Most of you probably know that. But even if, like, my cat, Taro, I'm dating. I can't be feeding you every day. This is ridiculous. Find your own cat food. Rub your own back, Taro. She would be so sad. And also, I know she is like sort of in the women's empowerment movement, or, in her own mind would think, and people say about her probably in her bio, like, Jen Hatmaker is a women's advocate, whatever. I don't like that. As soon as you get a boyfriend, oh, I can no longer do my work assignments because I'm dating. And that becomes an acceptable thing that a woman empowerment leader is saying about her, business activities. Like, of course, balance and live your life, but it is irresponsible at a certain point when you have responsibilities for other people's paychecks, for if you have to write a book or you have to produce some content or whatever, and you're saying, sorry, I'm not gonna hold my end of the bargain because I'm dating. That is just so ridiculous. From a man or a woman to say that, it is asinine. And so to repeat this message to your followers as if this is acceptable behavior, to me, is ridiculous and silly. Yeah, I'm just not a super fan of that. The kids one is like 10 times worse, though. Just like, okay. You can do two things at once, right? You can have a family and date. You don't have to pick one or the other, but okay.
That's not what I do anymore. So that is a useful, I don't know.
Oh, also, she didn't say I'm just kidding, by the way. So if she is, it's lost on a new follower. So I wanted to also bring up, of course, Rachel Hollis. I think like maybe a year ago now, she had created this whole excuse too, that she's like, oh, the reason I didn't hit my goals, my revenue goals, and I was, my financial goals and whatever, was because I was making out. I was making out with my new boyfriend, and I got so mad. I don't think I was streaming yet, but I was recording a video, and I got so mad. I'm like, you didn't make your goals because you were canceled by the internet for putting down an entire class of women by, insulting your sweet woman who comes to clean and doubling down on it and not fixing your content and, all these things that she deserves to be judged for. Not that you got a boyfriend and you're so obsessed with him that's why you decided not to accomplish your goals this year. So I don't know who said it first, but now I'm wondering if Rachel heard it from Jen or Jen heard it from Rachel, and they were like, perfect excuse. Yes, I will just blame love and then no one can judge me.
I don't know how long I can keep that up, but it is what I'm doing because it is how it feels. So anyway, he is phenomenal human. A bunch of y'all went and followed him.
Human.
After I introduced him to the community, and he was like, this is a lot of women.
Can you imagine introducing your boyfriend to a community?
Humans.
A lot of women, and it's a lot of white women at that. I'm like, I know. He's black. And then all the white women came for him. And so, God bless, thoughts and prayers to him. Y'all, keep him in your prayers as he navigates this new world. But anyway, this is me all the time. It's gross. We're gross. I admit it.
God.
I freely admit it. It's gross. Not sorry.
I want to throw up. Hold on.
So,
That was me.
so I just want to give all my feelings, all my shout outs to the women out there in the middle of our life who are having to date again. Like, what does that mean? And what does this look like? And how do I do this? And who will help us, right? Who will help us? May somebody just randomly connect you with an amazing man because you happen to be in the same town. I hope this for you. I hope this is the magic.
I hope for all the single, lonely people out there that your book publisher also hooks you up with someone who is also going to the same musical as you on the same night, and that you all can find love outside of the stupid little ew dating apps, you freaks. Yes, let's get it clear. I hear you.
Clear.
Click. Yeah, I cannot stand an influencer in love. There is nothing worse. There's nothing worse than that.
Miraculous way this happens, and you don't have to wade through a bunch of garbage. But I do suspect that is the normal experience. Anyway. So
how would you know, Jen? How would you know? You've never been on a dating app, you said. So how would you know that you have to wade through garbage? I mean, from my personal experience, I only went on, I have a very limited experience as well on dating apps, but I went on a date on a dating app. It was a wonderful experience. The person was great. I had heard nightmare stories about dating. My experience was fine. I didn't go on a million because I didn't necessarily have to, but it's really, I don't know. It's mean to think that any time you're dealing with anybody, I don't know. It's just it's mean to women who are on dating apps, who are trying to find somebody in a healthy way and have some standards and have some choice and choosing to go and meet people and put themselves out there. And she's not, overtly saying you guys suck, but it does seem like a judgment. Oh, should I just be waiting around my house, waiting for someone to set me up on a blind date? That's not how it works.
So now I'm that person. I am that person. I feel it. I feel myself being that person, and I cannot stop it. I feel myself saying, Jen, have some chill. Also do your work. Also cook dinner. Also there's what else is going on in the world? Can't stop it. So, no, you know that about me. All right, everybody. This is what I know so far. This is what I know so far about anything on this subject. But I'm pretty happy about it. Okay. Have a great day, everybody. To all my dating warriors out there, just keep going. There are good men. I'm telling you, I found one. He can't be the only one, right? I think they're out there. Just like, keep going. Come on, champions. You know what? I guess you're just going to go to a restaurant. You are just going to talk and you are just going to text. That's how it's going to go. I believe in you. All right, y'all. Y'all be sweet to Tyler. Y'all be real sweet to him. We're a lot to handle. This is a lot. This is a lot. And he's just a man, like just living his life. And all of a sudden he's like, whoa. I'm like, well, I knew that it was going to be a whoa for somebody. And he's the one. So be gentle with him.
He's the one. Once again, they were married for over 25 years, her and her ex-husband. And then, you know, within a 2-year span to now be like, this is the one. I just think go on some dating apps and just fucking have a fun time. That's my advice, my unwarranted, unqualified advice. I don't know. Is this the only path forward? Like, thank God that I found this man immediately so I don't have to date anymore. Dating can be fun. Dating does not have to be a war. And maybe that's an old school mentality or a Christian mommy blogger mentality. But like, even Glennon Doyle, she met Abby while she was still married. No one else. That's it. I see someone else I'm interested in, I will go full force into that relationship. Rachel Hollis gets on a dating app. First guy, presumably she meets, second guy she ever kisses, allegedly, goes straight into that relationship, deep and hard. Jen Hatmaker gets set up with a guy immediately, right into it. It's like, these are like the three, you know, not so much anymore, but at one point, the top 3 women motivational speakers, women empowerment, and this is their course of action. And I say these women don't necessarily have any sort of expertise on relationships, but they will definitely talk about them over and over and over and over and over again and give you their advice about what you should do and be a dating warrior and whatever. Just be careful. That's my only advice. Be careful about who you're listening to, because it's not all this way.
What I do like is how a lot of you guys have welcomed him in on my sort of intro post where I just brought him to the community, and you were like, we're so happy to meet you. Like, we're so glad you're here. We're just already a fan of you. And if you hurt Jen, we will hunt you down in the streets. I'm like, ooh, oh, it's like the nicest threat you've ever gotten, you know? I knew that was coming. So anyway, like, you're having my back, but
I don't know if you should say that, Jen. They will hunt you down in the streets. That's probably just be a little more sensitive, I would say, be my advice. Okay, we're at like a 1 second left on this video.
So does he. So be good to him. Be good to him. Okay, everybody, that's it. That's my dating ramble, Tyler.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Rachel. Like, just have some forethought. Just maybe tone it down with the dragging into the street jokes, perhaps. Maybe not. Live your life. Do whatever you want. But it does come off as like, oh, yikes. Okay, let's look at the boyfriend. He will be referred to from now and forever as the boyfriend. Yeah, I don't know what the heck. I mean, that was just that was like a random video I came across and I was like, okay, weird. She seems like she definitely does parasocial relationships, darlings, dear ones. Okay. This is Tyler Merritt. He's got his own social following, so he's not a complete private person, similar to, you know, Kez has his own as well from his own industry. So Tyler is a writer, author, actor, activist, encourager. Take My Coffee Black out now, speaking request. So he's sort of in the same genre is what she is in a different world. But I would say, and someone pointed this out on Reddit. Okay, she's here. They did like a Instagram live about her tour. Okay, so he's promoting her there and then promoting her here. So people on Reddit were saying that he doesn't post her enough. I mean, he's posted her a couple times. Maybe not as much as she posts him, perhaps, but, you know, she seems to be one of those people who posts like every second of their life. Okay, this is what he said about her on August 7th. Sugar, butter, flour. This combination has surely been responsible for my blood sugar spiking multiple times as I indulge in my 3 a.m. late night snack fest almost every evening of my life. But this combination is also most definitely responsible for the now historic meet cute with one of the absolute best people I've ever known, my lady, the ridiculously lovely Jen Hatmaker. Today is her birthday. Pop open the wine, cocktail, people, and I am just so thankful for all the incredible things that she brings to my life and into the world. Listen, with a million responsibilities swirling around her, ouch, ow. Tara's doing that thing where she like, cats like take their hands and do that with my foot. Sorry. Every single day, she always finds a way to stop, look people in the eye, and see them exactly where they are. It's one of her many superpowers, and I love it. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I feel sad for folks that never get the chance to actually meet her face to face, because any one-line persona, any idea of what you think she may be like, or any assumption that you may perceive when it comes to Jen, in real life, she's just better. She just is. The amount of time that we have spent laughing at the most ridiculous inappropriate would likely get us both canceled. Correction. Would definitely get us both canceled. Sorry. So they laugh secretly. Would likely get us both canceled. Correction. Would definitely get us both canceled. Things is immeasurable. Immeasurable, people. Laughing together while attempting to make the world a better place. Now that's a pretty dope combination. Sugar, butter, flour. I like it. Okay. Speaks pretty nicely about her. You know. Yeah, they have that relationship where, you know, the whole world gets to be in on the poem, gets to be in on the poetry. If you see my Instagram, you see nothing. I keep my love private. I don't know. Why do they need to know? Why does anyone on the internet need to be like, you know what? I love Steven. I love this person so deeply. It's like, okay, great. Goodbye. I don't know. That's how I feel about things. Okay, so let's just go back in history a little bit. That's the updates. But let's just talk about the cheating just a little bit. Now, from what I understand, Jen has never come forward and confirmed, from what I could find briefly, that she ever came out and said, like, he cheated on me, that's why. It was like undertones of that by saying it was unexpected, by saying that, you know, we're in a crisis, a catastrophe. You could kind of that sort of to me means you had a child secretly. You had a double life that you just found out about, double life Dave, or, you know, you cheated. Because it's not like, oh, like Rachel and Dave said, it was death by 1,000 cuts. It wasn't one thing. It was a million little things. They didn't say that. It was like, oh, unexpected and a catastrophe. Okay, so let's go to 39 minutes. Now, if you have time and you're interested in this story, this interview right here was very interesting. And this is a tiny, tiny YouTube channel called The Healing Center. It has 140 subs. So very small channel. But the video was viewed 17,000 times. So people have seen this. But if you want to watch the whole thing, I think it's worth it. To me, it felt like I got to know him. It wasn't a performance. I mean, this is like a talking podcast. But I tend to believe what he had to say. And I don't think anyone wants to say, hey, I cheated on my wife and it ended in divorce, you know, but he did say that, basically. So let's get to that part. And here he is. And this was from 2 months ago, so pretty recently. Let's get to the exact moment. That should be about right. Okay. And he talks about his... I don't know if I pulled the right part about the alcohol, but he admits that he, you know, had issues. Like I said, his friend had passed away. He started to drink heavily. He didn't even really know that he had an issue with alcohol. Found the woman. They got together. Oh God, sorry. I just saw the Dave bots. And he ended up going to rehab, and then that's how he got connected with this podcast, I believe, because he was at the rehab center inpatient, and he said it was very helpful, like helped his life, transformed his life, helped him talk about his childhood for the first time, and it was interesting. Okay, here we go.
Do this. I didn't realize until just that experience with Scott, and
Scott's his friend who passed away.
remember, and I'm not going to speak, I'm not going to speak for Jen on things, but she did say something to me at one point that I know was incredibly true. And she said that I know that we lost you when you lost Scott. Mm-hmm. And it was true. Mm-hmm. It was true. And that started a 3-year spiral. That was just brutal.
Yeah.
And I didn't recognize anything to feel, anything to do, doing things that were so out of character for myself, wasting money in stupid and ridiculous ways. Mm-hmm. And after, just 3 really tough years, in those times I just felt my marriage was over, that it had been over. Mm-hmm. And we could not recover. We could not reconnect. We could not find one another. Mm-hmm. And I just gave up. Mm-hmm. I remember, it is funny. It's not funny, but it's just crazy how you can move so quickly to finding something to be resentful about, mm-hmm. and turning it into entitlement. Yeah. And justifying, your actions, and then after 26 years of marriage, I ran into someone who seemed to be an ally to me, and emotionally began to connect with her. Mm-hmm. And after a couple of months, it became physical. First time, only time, greatest regret of my life.
Wow.
And it was about 2 months later that it was exposed. Mm-hmm. And just brutal, God. Just ugly and destructive and harmful and hurtful. And I swore for 3 years that I wasn't going to do it backwards, that I would never do something like that I would. And that's why I say this to those who are struggling out there in their marriage, that just you've got to come to it and do head on, that it's not going to self-correct itself. And especially those of you who, it's just so funny, they think about it at times. I thought, man, the last thing I want to do is hurt the people that I love, and you end up hurting them even more.
Yeah.
Hey, Brandon, what do you mean in Alley 2?
So, I don't know. Like, that sounds pretty open to me. So I thought, from not knowing him very much, he was a pastor. He was a leader in the church, I'll say. I'm not sure about all the titles. I'm sorry. At the church that him and Jen started together near Austin. They live in Buda, Texas, like Budapest, but Buda is like the nickname, I guess, which is, a suburb of Austin. So he had already left the church before the divorce, I believe, is what they talked about here. But I don't know. Like, to me, he was a writer too, but he did the church stuff. That was his role. And then he was kind of known as like her husband, as far as I know, with career-wise. So he wasn't as public. He was public through her, I believe, is my understanding. So for someone who's not choosing the spotlight necessarily as much as his wife, Jen, I think this is a pretty fair and honest, account of things. Now, again, I don't know who he is. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I think his current girlfriend or fiance is on a private account, so it doesn't seem like he's trying to hop from one social media influencer to the next. So he's just telling a story on this small podcast, and I don't know. Like, I think that's fine. I have no real problems with it. I saw someone in the comments said that she talks about her side of things on Glennon's podcast. So I sort of kind of want to bring that up. So let's do that. 'Cause I didn't listen to that. I want to hear her perspective. Every time I looked up, what she had to say about it, it's all of like speculation. There has been no confirmation, but maybe she talks about it on the podcast. So we can do hard things.
It's my job
Let's see.
to keep our best foot forward as a couple.
Yeah.
And I did it. I thought I was doing it.
Yeah.
I thought I was doing it.
It did.
And I thought that when things were like dipping and wobbling and going off the rails, that I was course correcting quickly enough, outward facing, so that was either like, oh, well, that was silly, or we could shrug that off. Like, that was a weird day.
And this is like sort of like I guess it's we'll have to listen to the whole thing, but I guess this is like a highlight or a thing. I mean, I don't know. We gotta listen to the whole, not the whole thing, but we gotta listen to like the details. But I tend to find annoyance with creators or people who don't get into specifics. They use like analogies so much, like, oh, we had a hard day. Oh, we had a course correct on the street. I prefer the other style where it's like, this is what happened. On Monday, I walked in the door and I saw a woman there in her lingerie. Like, that's the type of stuff that I connect to, not the analogies, the high, heady, like, when sometimes you feel like you're just left out in the cold. Like, that doesn't speak to me at all. So let's see. Let's go to Spotify. My favorite thing, because this is the big part about the relationship. Now, the other stuff. Someone also in the comments I read, asked about MLMs or mentioned MLMs and the hat. Would you be surprised that Jen Hatmaker is a part of an MLM? Can you guess, while I look up this podcast, guess which MLM, if you don't know, Jen Hatmaker is associated with? Please let me know. Dun 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 dun. Glennon, Doyle, Jen Hatmaker. Oh. Well, now I see she didn't acknowledge it. Well, let's see.
Okay, the kids.
Oh God. Which one do you say? Monet? Monet? Okay. I see those. Arbonne or Monet? Okay. Monet. They love hats. Wow, a lot of Monet guesses. This is a less known MLM, I think. It's one that I don't hear about as much, and it's not one of the most egregious ones, but it is an MLM nonetheless. And you can buy products under her name right now, if you would like to. Let's see. It is...
I wonder if this is what...
I'll play the video. Then you can buy some products. Beauty Counter. Go to www.beautycounter.com/Jen Hatmaker. Here she is.
What heaven feels like. Just to be sitting at a table literally surrounded by beauty counter products. It's my heaven. Okay. Listen. Get excited, gift buyers. Okay? Beauty counter is like,
okay,
we know what to do for you.
Okay.
We know what to do for you to do for your people. So they have locked and loaded these gift sets that you can pick and choose from.
I mean, like Britney Spears' mom and Jamie Lynn Spears are selling Rodan and Fields now, so I'm not surprised. No level of celebrity is stopping anyone from selling MLM products anymore. Like the one Alexa Vega, she was selling Young Living at one point. I guess you gotta grift. You got the taste of grifting. You might as well go all in, right? Okay. Now the commenter is sort of making me feel like this is going to be a dud of a podcast, but I'm willing to give it a little bit of a shot because now they said that it hadn't been confirmed that he had cheated at this time, so it makes me less interested. But we'll give it a shot. Why not?
Is this rhythm of life.
Yeah.
Okay. And this rhythm of life is back with us today. Her name is Jen Hatmaker. You may
We're already off to let's just say a rhythm of life. Why don't we just have the conversation? Why do we have to add all this flowery language? It's like a cheetah that's untamed at the zoo. It's like, just say what you're trying to say. I know like there's a whole, theory of writing, but I like to be knocked up. I like to be knocked up on the side of the head with it. Like, what is the point? Tell me, and then let me decide what I'm supposed to take out of it, as opposed to let me tell you the lesson without telling you any details about my life, personally. Okay.
her from all the other things. Okay. What we're talking about today is this rhythm of life.
Yeah.
Okay. And this rhythm of life that I started noticing was when I looked back at the time that my marriage imploded, my first marriage, because of infidelity. And it felt like, not in the moment, I didn't know what the hell was going on in the moment. When I looked back on it, it felt like there was a distinct rhythm to that time, which was first, it was just utter pain and shock. Then there was this waiting time where the shock started to wear off and I actually had to do something.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the pain is your house falls down. The house you're living in falls down. And then the waiting is, okay, now I have to like brick by brick start building.
Uh-huh.
And then there's this third phase that is the rising, where you look at this new house that you were forced to build that you never wanted to build. And you're like, oh shit, this house is even better than the house I lived in before.
Metaphorically or realistically?
It's almost like it was all necessary to have a more beautiful life. And then this rhythm of life, you know, I think in my first book, I wrote about it as Easter. It's like Good Friday is the pain, and then Saturday is the waiting, and then Sunday, Easter Sunday, is the rising. It's like fall, winter, spring, dusk, night, dawn. This pattern of growth is built in.
I'm bored.
To the rhythms of science and religion and all of it. So to discuss this life rhythm, our dearest, fiercest Jen Hatmaker is back. Jen, if you haven't listened, please go back to, not you, Jen, the Pod Squad. Please go back to episode 86, Jen Hatmaker, What We Win When We Lose It All. If you haven't listened, you must listen to that. In that episode, Jen discusses the sudden implosion of her marriage, the pain.
I gotta go back again? Oh my God. Okay. How come Hatmaker? Why come it showed up already? Hold on.
Not you, Jen, the Pod Squad. Please go back to episode 86, Jen Hatmaker, What We Win.
Glennon, you don't even have an episode numbers. 86. How am I supposed to know? Is she going to talk about her own life then?
We lose it all. If you haven't listened, you must listen to that. In that episode, Jen discusses the sudden implosion of her marriage, the pain. But what we didn't get to in that episode was the waiting and the rising, about what happens after the life you built implodes and when you have no other chance but to painstakingly build it back. So Jen Hatmaker is the New York Times bestselling author of For the Love and Fierce, Free, and Full of Fire, along with 12 other books.
Wow.
She hosts the award-winning For the Love podcast. So freaking good, so helpful. Is the delighted curator of the Jen Hatmaker Book Club. And
thanks, Truly Unruly. Truly Unruly picked a purple cat. Aww. I'm looking at a black cat right now that is mad at me because we've been feeding this outdoor cat a lot of canned foods, and she didn't like that I didn't like that she was like scratching my foot to oblivion. Okay, where is the other podcast? This one stinks. This one. Okay, here we are. Let's skip past the ads.
Okay, cart minimum order.
The whole season? Better carts additional
into We Can Do Hard Things today.
Okay, just gonna put for the record, the first 1 minute and 20 seconds is ads. She's making a lot of money from this podcast, little girl. Little Glennon Doyle making a lot of money. Girl, you're making a lot of money from this podcast.
Because we today have one of my favorite hard things doors in all the land. Her name is
Hard Things Doers. Yeah. You're going to need a better name than that, Glennon.
Jen Hatmaker. And I'll just tell you that right off the bat because I know everyone's going to get really excited about that.
The crowd goes wild.
And I have known Jen for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And I've always loved Jen, but I was thinking about this quote from both of our friends, Elizabeth Gilbert. I just asked Abby to grab it for me like 5 minutes ago. And it says, "The women I love and admire for their strength and grace did not get that way because shit worked out. They got that way because shit went wrong and they handled it. They handled it 1,000 different ways on 1,000 different days, but they handled it. Those women are my superheroes."
Oh, come on.
And that is Liz Gilbert. But
She's the
today,
best.
she's the best. We have Jen Hatmaker, who is the New York Times bestselling author of For the Love and Fierce, Free, and Full of Fire, along with...
I'm sorry. I just think these people, self-help people or people who have these big platforms, they just get so up their own ass. It's like people go through shit all the time. Does it always have to be this grandiose thing that is like, oh, what an amazing quote. She said that we're all warriors. It's like, this is fine content. Like, if you like this, I'm not going to like shame you for it. But I just feel like this is what's held up as society's top achievers in the world. And it's like, what are you actually saying? Nothing.
12.
I don't know.
Other books.
I don't know what to say.
12. Okay.
It's ridiculous.
The whole bookshelf just of her own books. Okay. She hosts the award-winning For the Love podcast, which is so freaking good. Is the delighted curator of the Jen Hatmaker Book Club. And only Jen would write the delighted curator. Okay.
You know that's my phrase.
Yes. Even her bio is so Jen. And she is the leader of a tightly knit online community where she reaches millions of people each week. Jen is a co-founder of Legacy Collective, a giving organization that grants millions of dollars towards sustainable projects around the world. She is a mom to 5 kids, only 7 less books that she's written. 5 kids, 12 books.
Math.
Thanks. And lives just outside Austin, Texas. Jen Hatmaker, welcome to We Can Do Hard Things.
Hello, my darlings. I'm so happy to see you both. And Abby, just off camera.
Yeah, she's right here.
Hi, Jen. I miss you.
I miss you too.
Sweetie, do you want to just come in here? But she just is so jealous that she's going to stay in the frame.
Yes, Abby.
Abby Wambach loves herself some Jen Hatmaker, which I just want to say that I think the first time Jen and Abby met was backstage at a Women of Faith conference. So what I need the world to know is that I brought my lesbian soccer player girlfriend.
That's right.
To the most conservative evangelical Christian arena event. Yes. Full of evangelical Christians. And then I stood in the front row and we held hands and kissed and waved our arms to Jesus songs. Jen, do you remember that?
That's do I remember? I remember.
What were you thinking at that point? I didn't know what was, I don't think I really understood what I was proposing to that crowd of 40,000 people.
Well, I was thinking how much I loved you. And I knew about Abby.
It's a love fest, guys. It's a love fest. They love each other. Everyone's amazing. Oh my God, so powerful.
So, and then, it only takes like about 3.5 seconds of meeting Abby. And I don't care who you are. You fall hard.
Yes.
You fall hard. You fall immediately. It's irreversible.
Yes.
It's irrevocable. I got it immediately. I got you. I got y'all. Because, of course, as you mentioned, our history deeply preceded that. We met when we were both married to men, other men. And so I immediately loved Abby, and I was proud of you, and I was proud of both of you. And I feel like in real time, I was watching you like walk into yourself. And it was like an honor to witness it.
And then a couple years later, I got to watch you walk into yourself. We have talked previously on this pod in the context of my sister and I's divorces about how the most obnoxious question a person can ask about that horrific sacred time is, what happened?
Yeah.
Because it's just like, I don't know, simplification.
You both have podcasts about your life. People want to know all of it. You are telling people, you are giving it all. You are raw and authentic and emotional. And, here's my tips and tricks of my life. Like the way that you share your life story, I don't understand how they can be upset when people are like, so what happened? I saw 2 months ago, you said, I choose him for 9,899 days or whatever. And then all of a sudden it's radio silence. Pray for us. No details. I think that's normal. It's human nature to be like, I'm invested. This parasocial relationship, they just want to cut it off. They want to ghost us because, you guys this isn't real. But it's real when you want to sell something. That's all I'll say. I don't like when they get offended. I understand it, but you created this monster. Now you have to face it.
Bypassing that kind of icky curiosity. So without asking what happened, can you tell us what happened?
That's funny.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, definitely. Also, thank you for your compassion and even just discretion around what it means to tell a hard story like this. Literally all four of us understand this. Yep. All four of us, unfortunately, understand exactly this.
Yes.
Because there's us in the story, but there's a person that we were married to in the story. There's a bunch of spawn that we created in the story. There's in-laws and parents. It's complex.
Yes, it is.
And to some degree, our connective tendrils go forever. And so it is complicated to give an accurate retelling, to say nothing of the fact that I have a certain version and it's mine, which means it's not entirely right. But it's the one I know, even the one I've crafted a little.
Yes, ma'am.
I've polished her up.
Yep.
But in short, I was married for 26 years and I got married. Every time I say this, I just have like a stab of like horror. But I got married when I was 19. And Brandon, my ex-husband, was 21. We were in college and we were in a kind of a conservative Christian college environment, which is just to say it's a very strange place. It's a very strange ecosystem in and of itself. And just a bunch of little babies get married there. And that seems normal. And we have real weddings. Our parents give us away like that's a normal thing. Like, she's 19. She makes $4.25 at the YMCA. Go be a wife. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? What the hell are we doing? So I started really young. I was never really an adult a single day of my life without a man. I went straight from my dad to a boy. So we built a whole life, a whole life. We grew up together, essentially. And we had 3 kids. And then we adopted 2 more. Ben and Remy are our youngest. They're Ethiopian. And we adopted them when they were 5 and 8. And built kind of this entire Hatmaker ethos. And then in 2020, just after the pandemic started, so that was we were just already all flailing around and we started the divorce process. And for us, it wasn't like a slow burn. It wasn't like a mutual, like we are devolving or disconnecting, or we've been working and we can't get these things resolved. It wasn't like that. It was overnight. It was shock and awe. It was one day, something and the next day you know something different. And there isn't recovery from it. A lot of people wanted to know, because marriage and family has been the center spoke of my wheel for a very long time. And so I know people were like, I don't understand why we're not now watching a fight for this recovery, or we're not now seeing Jen and Brandon, just go to the mat to resolve this or to repair it. And the truth is sometimes that's not an option. And that was not an option for us.
Why? Why not? Why? You said in the Instagram post, life is not hard. Life is not hard. Life is not hard, guys. God, have you tried making life easy? Like, relationships aren't easy. It takes work. It takes choice. It takes choosing each other every single day. Okay, so you're saying there was no choice. You literally just said there was no choice. How can that be? If you chose to be married every single day, couldn't you choose to continue being married every single day and working on it? I'm curious to see what she has to say now.
So just like that, it was over. And then there's some shit that goes on, but it was over. That was the day it was over. When I put the marker in the ground, it's July 11th, 2020. A bunch of stuff. And then we actually filed, and then we actually got divorced. But that was the day. That was the day that I was on my own in the world.
Wow.
I didn't know how to be a grown up. I certainly didn't know how to single parent. I didn't know anything. I had never had a single moment to myself as an adult woman. And so it was scary. It was shocking. It was humiliating. And there was just a minute there. I can't honestly hardly remember it. I was just in such a fog of trauma and grief and fear.
Yeah.
Just for the record, you do have choices after someone cheats in a relationship. You can choose to work on it. There's not a law-binding contract clause in your marriage license that says if you or your husband cheats, you must immediately evacuate the relationship. There are ways to work on it. So saying like, I had no choice, that is still a choice. You chose to end it because the person betrayed your trust. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's a choice. Don't say like, well, Jesus took the wheel and someone took my hand and signed the paperwork and hired the lawyer. Like, that is a choice.
Jen, as you know, Glennon likes to celebrate your transformation in the world as the Genaissance.
That's right. She's branded it, and it's really lovely.
You don't know my excitement.
Glennon, I don't know if you've ever watched in my social feeds, every time you say that word, everybody piles on underneath it, and they're like, I'm going to borrow that, and I am now in the Lynn-assance. And I'm in the Janet-assance. And I'm like, listen, borrow it from her. She's offered it to our community.
Right. It's a
Take
gift.
it, everyone.
It's a gift. Yes. I wish you could see every time, which maybe like 20 times I've written Genaissance under your things. I have to Google how do you spell Renaissance every time. And then I have to write it out. And then I have to
I interrupted you.
Girly, stop laughing. Get to it.
And at first I always thought the pain was right when I knew I was getting divorced. And like that started the floodgate of pain. But after I realized, no, the pain actually started well before then. I just couldn't either see it or recognize it in myself. But there was this, like a part of me that was grieving things in my marriage before I even knew I was grieving the loss of my marriage. So do you
train,
like looking back, are you able to see kind of where the
I'm assuming this is sister Glennon's sister Amanda
pain was there for you before the implosion of your marriage? Like what were you grieving before you knew you were grieving?
It's such a good question. By the way, please enjoy the train. You will hear it.
I feel like it might be an
times.
analogy.
Numerous. It can't be helped or stopped.
Choo choo, Jen's come through.
I mean, okay.
Get to the point. Oh my God. Oh my God. I cannot stand this type of stuff. I cannot. I know I like meander on points, but at least I'm trying to make a point. Like, Oh, the train. I can't. I don't, TikTok has ruined my brain or something. I have no attention span. If you're taking your sweet time to get to a point, I'm just like out. I'm out of it. I'm like, what are you trying to say? I have too many stimulus near me. I need you to get to the point.
I love this question, and I think it's an important one because in my now experience, and then what has opened up the floodgates inside my community that I lead, I think this is ubiquitous. Mm-hmm. I think women who are losing their marriages can get just a little ways out from it. And when they're finally able or willing to be honest, they can go backward and say, I knew, or I thought I knew, or I knew something.
Mm-hmm. So did you?
I don't know if you remember this, Glennon, but so July 11th, 2020, but I had your book in hand before it came out. I had the advanced copy. This was like January of that year. So we're 6 months before anything, before I knew anything that was important for me to know.
Yeah.
I read a very specific sentence in...
This is exactly like Rachel Hollis too. Rachel Hollis read Untamed by Glennon Doyle and posted about it. And then the next day, if you look at the timeline, or around that time, I should say, within a week of the time she posted at least, she told Dave she wanted a divorce. So now Jen's talking about reading the book, and then all of a sudden she's in a divorce.
Untamed. And it was essentially, I can't remember it exactly, but it was something like, you gave a litany of things that might possibly be going on in our lives that were really hard to say. They were embarrassing, or they were hard, or they were sad, or they were shocking. And they were carrying these things around, but we were not saying them out loud. And one of my things was embedded right in the middle of the list. And I had your book open, and I just kind of like very quietly, I closed it and I set it down. And I sat there quietly for about 1 minute, and I picked up my phone and I texted you. And I said, something's wrong in my marriage. I didn't understand it at the time because I was only feeling the symptoms. But I felt them. I felt them. Sure as shit. I felt them. I was feeling the symptoms. And so I was trying to diagnose the problem.
I can't, I'm going to have to bail out of this soon. Like, I felt the symptoms. What were the symptoms? The symptoms, I felt them. Which ones? What were they? What problem on the list was your problem? Like, it's so unspecific that I'm getting nothing.
And I was partially right.
Yeah.
I was half right. And I said, something's wrong. Nobody knows. I don't know how to talk about this. I don't know what to do. I'm trying so hard to fix it, and I can't fix it. I can't get it all back in. And I just need somebody to know it. And you immediately texted back, because when I'll never get a text back from you if I text you something silly.
That's
never.
Right.
It's like I never sent you a message. It's like you don't have a phone. But if I send you something important, if I send you something serious, you're Johnny on the spot. And you know what? I received this. Okay. And I actually respect it. And you texted me back right away because I had given you what I think the problem was, which you have some history with. And you sort of began workshopping it with me and what it looks like in a marriage.
You're secretly gay.
And how I'm not alone in this. And a lot of women are like biting their fingernails off in their marriages, but they don't know what to do. And so to your question, Amanda, I did know. And
what did you know?
I wish I would have been more courageous. And honestly, I wish I just could have been more honest, even inside my own marriage. I cannot imagine some of the suffering and sorrow that I maybe could have avoided if I would have just told the truth. Number one, to myself.
Yeah.
That was the first person I liked.
I'm out. I can't. I'm sorry. Thank you for the suggestion. I can't do it. I gotta move on. She ain't gonna say nothing else. This is the first, we dedicated 16 minutes to this already. And literally I've heard, I had symptoms, I knew something. And I texted Glennon and I said to Glennon, this and this and this. And I love Abby. It's like the amount of ass kissing. I'm just, we get it. You guys like each other. You guys are actually friends. You're not just fake friends for the internet. I'm glad, but I want the hot tea. I want to know the details. You're not giving them. So I'm out. Sorry. We already listened to I didn't listen to it, I skipped it. But we already dedicated 2.5 ads already. So maybe at a later date I'll go back and listen and get the juicy parts, but I hate it when it's just so long. Anyways, so Brandon went to in-treatment, residential treatment for alcohol abuse. He got out. He's now working in real estate in some capacity and like development, and he's engaged. She's got the boyfriend, Tyler. She's so in love. She can't help herself. The end. Okay, let me just check. I have some screenshots related to stuff still in one folder. So let's see if it's anything that I need to bring up for this part. No, read that. Here's a couple just like random ones that I selected. If you like toes, this is the post for you. If you're a toes poster. So she posted this. So we said July 11th, right? So that was the big day. July 31st, she posted this. Hi, it's been quiet here. This is before the Pray For Us post. They've been broken up since July of 2020, and which is basically the same time frame from as Dave and Rachel have been divorced. Hi, it's been quiet here. I've been quiet. In short, we are deeply hurting in our little life. As I've written, there is a difference between secrecy marked by shame and privacy marked by discretion, and we are in the second category. Our family is navigating an unexpected crisis, and I've taken a step back from socials and work to help steer toward healing and wholeness. Please know that everyone is safe and all of our kids are okay. Also know that our community and family has radically cared for us, and we are surrounded by love and support. Jesus loves us. We are not alone. Please don't worry, but please do pray for us if you pray a request. Don't pry or ask or push, even out of sincere concern. Please don't blow up our phones and inboxes and DMs or our friends. Just hold us close to your heart in great love as I re-engage our online community here. I'll be whatever I am that day, so thanks for the space to be a human person, of course. Not that she did anything wrong here, but whenever I don't want to share something with you or I fucked up, it's always I'm a human person. Remember that.
Humans.
Just, you were humans when you were in the relationship as well. Just keep that in mind. Okay. Whatever. I've always known you were a soft place to land. Oh, that's why I screenshotted this. I've always known you were a soft place to land. Who? The strangers on the internet they are accusing of prying and pushing to find out information? Interesting. Thank you for loving us in all things, at all times, through all moments. Okay, once again, you don't love your fans on the internet. Or if you do, you shouldn't. And this one's shortly after August 4th. This one says live or live, depending on how you read it. Okay. A small story. I am working with, this one. So this one is another connection to Rachel Hollis. So Jen is, for all intents and purposes, a Christian influencer. She starts to go more of a liberal turn away from the super evangelical church that, at least their mainstream beliefs. But she still talks about Jesus and, not so much church in the physical sense, but church and she has a relationship with God. I believe she still believes she's a Christian or identifies as a Christian. But then we got this, the immediate turn into spirituality, new age, as soon as crisis emerges. This seems to be a pattern that I've seen, sort of deconstructing from the, rigors of Christianity teachings, and then almost immediately also going right to another healer or going into an energy worker or going to a psychic. I know why. I think it's comforting to align with someone who claims to know more than you, especially who has been given a gift by the universe. But I think that it's still the same problem wrapped with a different bow, you are probably feeling out of control in these moments. And I think that is a sign of, okay, this is a time to get in control, figure out how to live independently, or figure out how to handle these emotions when they come up. But instead, a lot of these leaders who are sort of flailing around in these public ways, they go to crystals and my hormones need to be balanced with seeds, as opposed to dealing with the actual issues. And this is my just interpretation of what I'm reading, but Jen's here's talking about an energy person. Okay, a small story. I'm working with, well, she's a body and soul healer. Okay, that does not exist. That's my add-on. Very woo-woo. And they always add that just to be like, I know it's crazy, but just hear me out.
I'm a big time hippie and I'm very woo-woo.
Oh, okay. Cult.
Okay, sorry. I was laying on her table last week as she walked me through a visualization that has served me 1 million times since, and I'm giving it to you in case you need it too. Oh, thank you so much. Me, I'm at the bottom of the ocean. I am drowning. Judy, the healer. Can you kick to the surface? Get your head above water? Me, okay. Judy, do you just want to tread water a while? Would that adrenaline still serve you? Me, no. Judy, what do you see? A raft? A life preserver? Can you reach for it? Me, I don't want to be in the water at all anymore. I want to be on the shore. Judy, can you see it? Can you swim to it? As she worked her hands over my head and body, I tried for 3 or 4 minutes to get to that shore with tears pouring down my face while Judy kept gently wiping them away. Me, I can't get there. It's too far and I am too tired. Judy, okay, what else do you see then? Me, a boat. Judy, who's in it? Me, everyone who loves me, all of them, they came for me. Judy, can they get to shore? Can they get you to shore? Me, oh my God, yes. And my people hauled me into that boat and rowed to shore with all their collective might. They put me on that blessed dry land, that warm sand, and wrapped me up in blankets and surrounded me in safety and love. I made it. I didn't die. I lived. Can you imagine like being a super fan of hers and being like, what is going on with her life? She just doesn't post for a while. Then she posts, I'm okay, just leave me alone, but I love you and you are the softest place to land. And then posts that she's seeing an energy healer and that all her friends are there. It's like you're still giving people drips and dribbles of drama, but you're like, don't ask though. It's like the people on Facebook that I always see being made fun of on TikTok, like the people who like have a hospital bracelet and they're like, don't ask, but they post it on Facebook. It's like, if the point is to not worry, if that's really the point, like, don't worry about me, why are you posting it on Facebook? The point is you want people to be concerned, to be like, are you okay? I saw your boat metaphor. Oh my God, whatever. I don't know. And it's very on brand with like Dave Hollis, like leave the shore of responsibility. And she, Jen Hatmaker, wrote a glowing review for Dave's book. I don't know that the book came out later past this, but it seems to be in line with her metaphors of life. That she wouldn't mind a good safe harbor metaphor at all. Okay. This is just a random one since we already have it open. This is the perfect tweet. This is from 2015. So this is maybe the first time that Jen and Rachel had any interaction. And it's from September 19th, 2015. Rachel says, Jen Hatmaker tweeted at me equals pee my pants. I can't believe I don't have a pee my pants soundbite yet. This will have to suffice, I guess.
She cleans the toilets.
But I need to get one. That's like an obvious, easy one. Pee my pants.
Pull it out. Let's see.
Okay. And then Jen Hatmaker says, so the tweet that Rachel said was, let's just take a second to talk about my love for Jen Hatmaker. #RachTalk. #girl crush. And then Jen says, hilarious. So there you go. That was the possibly first interaction that Rachel and Jen Hatmaker had together. Okay, so those are my screenshots. She's still peeing her pants, no matter where she is, no matter where she is, no matter how she is or who she is. Rachel Hollis will be peeing her pants. That I guarantee. Okay, we went to the boyfriend, the cheer. Okay, now we can talk about the adoption stuff. We can talk about church stuff. Let's go on the Hollis train for a second. Let's pull into Hollisville. First stop, Hollisville. Everyone get off. Here's her. So it seems like, okay, so they were all friends. They were all besties. You know, Rachel and her went to Ethiopia together. Dave and her were friends. Brandon and Dave were friends. It looks like none of them are friends anymore, actually that's not true. Jen and Dave are still friends. The rest of them, Rachel and Jen, don't seem to be aligned. Dave and Brandon don't seem to be friends. Jen and Dave are still friends. So the only ones to remain out of the couple are Jen and Dave. So after the divorce, after everything, that's why people were speculating, like, oh, the cheating happened between Rachel and Brandon. Again, no proof of that. Rachel's denied it, but that was sort of the allegation because they remained together. So she says, I love Dave for a million reasons, but one is because I relate to him. Oh, we all know why that was said. I think very much on purpose.
I want to be relatable.
And like this review is from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is from the second book, not the first. I'll have to double check. I love Dave for a million reasons, but one is because I relate to him. I get the impulse to side-eye the whole personal development movement from a comfy perch on my couch like a sideline critic. Not that I'm a part of it or am benefiting in many ways, and I'm definitely a self-help person in my own right, but okay, yeah, she's very skeptical, just like Dave. So his straightforward, funny advice on how to get out of that self-defeating rut hits me right between the eyes. Okay, so maybe this was before. Maybe this was his first book. I don't know. Not sure. Unsure, because it was on his website as if it was for Built Through Courage. But surprisingly, I've never read Get Out of Your Own Way by Dave Hollis. I know. I can't believe it either. So that was that. So that was presumably, I mean, they've been taking pictures together. They've been spotted in photos together. And Dave just went to her tour date in Austin. So they're definitely still friends, Jen and Dave. Here's an old photo when Dave's photos involved him like this. Hey. This is from 2020, January 2020, before the divorce on all sides, before they both knew what was to come. 2020 vision was cloudy then. She says, my third Rise X Fort Myers this morning and 3 more to go this year. See you, Toronto, San Diego, and London. I don't think London ever happened. Toronto happened. I don't know about San Diego. A friend just texted me to ask how it was, and I told her that the Rise community is so highly engaged and enthusiastic, it is just fun to be in the room. They are overly generous with their support, even though I was sweaty. See my Instagram stories. We can see her sweating in her Instagram stories. How relatable. And who is really suffering from being supported too much? Remember, Rise Squad, sisters, not competitors. Remember how gross I was that one time and had to ask a Jesus? Okay, let me just read this for real. Remember how gross I was that one time and had to ask a Jesus to fix my jealous, dark little heart? Bang the drum for each other, cheer one another on, celebrate each other's success, help support, promote, invest in other women, bust that ceiling down together. I believe in you so much. Much love to my brother in arms, Dave Hollis, and to my friend who gave me the most heartfelt, tender introduction this morning about that one time we were together in Ethiopia on yet another 6-hour van ride. The girl born on this very day 37 years ago, Rachel Hollis. Thank you for trusting me with your community, for trusting my daughter with your offspring, for trusting my daughter with your offspring, I guess a babysitter, and for wearing house shoes to friend dinner. May the next 3 days be full of life. Okay. So call a Jesus to fix my heart. Any Jesus will do. I don't get it. Like I said, I'm not religious, so maybe it's something out of my repertoire. And then, okay, this is from 2019. And I just kept it because it's so just the generic self-help that comes out of Dave Hollis is so hilarious. Like no matter what time, no matter what he's saying, it always sounds the same cadence, same unmeaningful words thrown together. Here we go. Get your word salad emojis ready.
One of the favorite practices that we do during the Christmas break between Christmas and that first week of New Year's is a full calendar audit. And what's interesting is, like, I was not a person who was religious about this, and Rachel has been crazy about it forever and ever. And now that she's been crazy and I've seen the fruit of my diving into it, I look forward to it. All right. So like we go through this exercise of what did we actually fill our day with and what brought us happiness, brought us joy. When we look at the things that we said yes to that were effective and efficient, the question ends up being in 2020, how can you?
This practice... Whatever, I'm done hearing his voice. This practice that Rachel talked about it recently-ish. Like she's like, I go and I use a yellow highlighter to show things that are good for me. And then I use a green highlighter to show things that make me money. And then I use a red highlighter to show the meetings I have with the devil. I was kidding. But it's like, yeah, okay, this is, I personally, I think, and I heard this and I was like, okay, at least it's actionable advice. And maybe it is. But if I'm going to be super hypercritical, which I always am about them, it also is like, just fucking move forward. How about you just think about it collectively and go, you know what? I think I need to work on, prioritizing my mental health. Do I need to go through every single activity I completed last year and analyze it and go, bad, I spent too much time on the computer? Like maybe you should just kind of accept that and go, yeah, I think I spent too much time and move forward. Do I have to go through every appointment and analyze? I don't know. Do that if you want, but it just seems like a little anal to me, like a little bit too much for me as a practice, as a regular year practice. Like I'm going to go back to January and be like, you know what? I really wasted my time talking to my friend for 10 minutes. Okay, here's a mention of her. Here's a Rachel Hollis mention. Basically, I just found some like interesting mentions between the two of them. Jen, this is from 2018. You loved her on my podcast. Time to love her even more because my friend, The Cheek Site by Rachel Hollis, just released her new book. Girl, wash your face. Stop believing the lies about who you are so you can become who you were meant to be. That's what the tagline is. Oh my God, I guess I knew that since it's right here. Stop believing the lies about who you are so you can become who you were meant to be. I didn't realize Dave was literally taking that directly from the Girl Wash Your Face cover. Who were you before you were who you were meant to be, before you were who you are now, before you were who you were before you were who you are becoming? Anyways, okay. If you listen to our podcast episode, you know Rachel is a scrappy, endlessly enthusiastic bootstrapper. Okay, Disney executive wife. Okay. And she's here to cheer you all the way on. She tells the full truth, and I swear you will walk away inspired, entertained, and weirdly motivated to seize the day. Proud of her. She's a good egg. Plus, she dedicated the book to me. Didn't tell me. And when I read it, I cried. Pretty sure Jen Hatmaker hasn't even dedicated a book to me. Foreshadowing much? No, that's mean. Sorry. I crossed the line. Okay. And and Jen Hatmaker actually did write a review. I see it now. This is Girl Wash Your Face. So it was dedicated to her and she wrote the review about it. Interesting. It says, there aren't enough women in leadership telling other women to go for it. We typically get the caregiver. We rarely get the boot camp instructor. Rachel lovingly but firmly tells us it's time to stop letting the tail wag the dog and get on with living our wild and precious lives. Girl, wash your face is a dose of high-octane straight talk that will spit you out on the other end, chasing down dreams you hung up on long ago. Love this girl. Yeah, I think I got more of like, Rachel Hollis's sex life is amazing. She is the best. She's so skinny, she doesn't even try. Pam is an asshole and should not be trusted. That's what I learned from this book. I don't know what you're talking about, Jen. Okay, I want to find the adoption story because Jen has mentioned. And there's a lot of talk about adoption in this one. Let's see. Other kids. I'm bad at sex. I'm a terrible writer. I will never get past this. I can't tell the truth. I am defined by my weight. Where the heck is the one about... It was towards the end where they talked about... They, as in she, talks about the adoption. In Ethiopia. Let's see. Let's find it. If you haven't seen the Howler Monkey chapter of this book, you should watch there's a video on the Highlights channel called Rachel Talks About Her Sex Life. Okay. I'm the worst pregnant woman you've ever met in your life. Why does she always have to be the biggest, most, worst, everything you've ever met in your life? Always. That's always her thing. Okay. I'm almost there, I promise. She's talking about being a mom. She's being stressed. I am one of the most organized people I have ever met. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. She hates organized sports. I'm sorry. I know this is like very exciting. Oh, she talks about Elizabeth Gilbert. Oh, maybe this is how she met Glennon. I don't know. Maybe she didn't. She took a workshop. This is Rachel. Make a list. Seriously, list out everything you've accomplished to date. In fact, write yourself a letter about your tenacity. I took a workshop with Elizabeth Gilbert last year, and she asked us to do this, to speak from the part of ourselves that has achieved so much that refused to back down. You want to see a room full of people sobbing? Ask them to do this task. When you force yourself to admit to all the things you have accomplished, you'll realize that it's wrong to be so hard on yourself. So interesting that Elizabeth Gilbert is doing seminars or workshops for people like Rachel. Okay, so they're talking now. Here we're talking about the foster kids. Here we go. This is when she's talking about Daddy scares me in the night. Maybe I'm not going to be able to find this. I'm so sorry, everybody. I know I'm like ruining the experience here. If her things were organized in a little bit of a way, this is, I'm going to marry Matt Damon. I'm a bad writer. I will never get past this. I can't tell the truth. Yeah, we know that. Okay, here we are. Here we are. This is from the chapter, I Can't Tell the Truth. The lie. Just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. She's kidding that's a lie. Okay, whatever. Do I have the courage to tell you this whole story? That's what I'm asking myself even as I type these words. For days now, in moments when my mind is spinning with all the questions and what ifs, I've asked myself how I would explain all of this. How could I tell you this story? Honestly, I don't want to. Okay, then no one's pulling your fucking leg. Sorry. I want to keep it close to my heart, to hide it away in the hopes that it will hurt me less if it stays hidden. But then I understand that when things are hidden, we give power to the fear, the negativity, the lies. I don't want to allow that to happen. I want so badly to be honest about our experience, mostly because I didn't know this experience was even a possibility, and because I wish I had truly understood. Would it have changed our choices? I'm not sure. But the hope that by being honest about what's happened to our family, we might empower or inform other prospective adoptive families is what has me writing these words down now. I hope I have the courage to include them in this book because truthfully, after building a career based on total honesty, that's what it literally says. After building a career based on total honesty, right? And she has said so many times, she doesn't tell you everything because how dare you ask her for it all. She's obviously not going to tell you the bad stuff. Okay. I hesitate telling you this now, but here it is. When I was pregnant with our son Ford, we decided that we wanted to adopt a little girl someday. I guess that's because I'm assuming, and I'm putting my own thoughts here. They wanted a girl. They found out they were getting a boy. And so they're going to have 3 boys. And she's like, okay, I don't necessarily want to get pregnant again and have 4 boys. So let's adopt the 4th one. That's my thought because they wanted Ford to be a girl. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that's what I think happened here. Not that like, oh, all of a sudden this epiphany came into her mind when she's pregnant. When I was pregnant with our son Ford, we decided that we wanted to adopt a little girl someday. As Christians, we are called to care for the orphans, the widows, and the oppressed. So, okay, it's because you're a Christian that you want to adopt a girl, not because you really want a girl and you're afraid that you won't have one. Okay. These are not just a handful of words from the Bible. They are the tenets of my faith. And so we began to research our options and settled on international adoption. Our reasoning, the irony of which is not lost on me in hindsight, was that we were afraid of involvement from biological parents. We were so naive about so many things back then. But our fear was that biological parents might come back into the picture and take the baby back. We reasoned that if we were an ocean apart, this is where people, and myself included, were like, ugh, yes, in retrospect, this isn't necessarily the best message in the world. We reasoned that if we were an ocean apart, that scenario would be impossible. Eventually, we narrowed down our search to Ethiopia. So they ended up adopting privately with someone from the United States. I think she's from Arizona, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the mother. And they do have somewhat open relationship with her, from what I understand, with their adopted daughter's biological mother. But to say that you wanted, a poor mother from Ethiopia is not going to be able to afford to come over. That's what she's essentially saying. It's not going to be able to afford to come and get the child back if they change their mind and they want their kid back. I just think is a little out of touch. Just a little. If we're going to be critical here, which I am. I remember feeling so overwhelmed by the paperwork, the blood tests, the home visits. I had no idea we were at the very beginning of a journey that would last nearly half a decade. Okay, so 5 years, nearly 5 years. That's really not that long, I feel like, in the grand scheme of things. I feel like she specifically said half a decade to make it seem like it was some long, arduous experience. I'm like, a lot of people wait that long to have children in the first place. You already have 3 kids, so to wait for the 4th one was that hard. I don't know. Sorry. Whatever. Half a decade's a weird phrase to say, unless you're trying to make it sound longer than it really was. So without any real perspective, I planned and dreamed and waited for news from our agency that we were slowly inching our way up the list. We were in the Ethiopian program for 2 years. Toward the end of the 2nd year, we received word that Ethiopia was pausing its adoption program, and our agency told us to consider moving to another country's program. I felt frozen about what to do next. Moving to a new country meant starting all over again. New paperwork. Oh, no. New meetings, new waiting lists. I believed God had called us to Ethiopia, and I believed if we were faithful, He would make a way. Apparently not. We decided to stay in the program. Every month we'd get an email from the agency. Still no movement. The government office that handles adoptions is still on hiatus. No word. 6 months later, they closed adoptions to the United States completely. I felt stunned and unsure. If God had called us here, and if nothing came out of the work and pain and fear, what had been the point? All the dreams, and again, by this point, I believe obviously Jen did, because she got her kids from Ethiopia. She's like, God randomly called us to Ethiopia. It's like, Jen Hatmaker, the person that you dedicated this book to, She had already adopted 2 children from Ethiopia. Not going to mention that at all. Just no, it's God only. Okay. And I'm almost done. Then we'll talk about Jen's Ethiopia experience. Okay. So then she's, I don't want to do more paperwork. All the dreams I had about going to Africa as a family to meet our daughter made me feel foolish in retrospect. For the first time, I asked myself questions that would pop up again and again over the next several years. Should we still try and adopt? Should we just feel content with the incredible blessing we have in our 3 sons? Should we give up? I'm not by nature someone who sits long with the problem. I am also not someone who gives up. I started to pray and research and scour the internet for what should be next. Maybe we were supposed to do domestic adoption. Maybe we'd gone through what we did because we were always meant to adopt our daughter from the States and she wasn't even born yet. The answer felt right, so I researched some more. The more I looked into what was available, the more I believed we should adopt from foster care. We felt called to Ethiopia because they have an unrelenting orphan crisis, and we thought we could help there in some small way. Foster care was the same for me. There were so many children in Los Angeles County who needed love and care. Both were things we could offer in abundance. In LA, you have to commit to doing foster care before you can be entered into the adoption program. And again, then she talks about foster to adopt, and then she talks and sort of complains about, basically, this is Rachel Hollis' part. Now, this has nothing to do with Jen. But the rest of this chapter, in case you're interested, basically the cops come to the door after they have these foster kids with them. They're twins, young twins, like toddlers. And it says, 4 days later at 10 o'clock at night, the police rang our doorbell. What a harsh and shocking sound. I was so surprised when I heard the doorbell that night that I wondered if a package was being delivered. That's how outside the realm of possibility this was for us. The doorbell rang in the middle of the night, and my first thought was, is that the almond butter I ordered? I think that memory is the hardest for me. I mark it as the last moment I still held on to a naivete about how things really function in the world we were now a part of. It wasn't FedEx. It was 2 police officers informing us that someone had made an anonymous call to the child abuse hotline about our family for our previous foster care placement. So then, of course, because they're rich and white, it can't be true. The police, I guess, decide that it's not true. It's all just a thing to make them look bad. And she goes on. So anyways, that's that. But, okay, focusing on the Ethiopia part, I wanted to talk about Jen and a lot of the positive press that they got for doing this adoption journey. Now, I don't think it's their fault. I don't think that's why they did it in the first place, but I think that might be why Rachel wanted to do that, because they literally had a news crew follow them at the airport when Jen adopted her son. They already had gone to get they're not blood related, her 2 kids, the adopted kids from Ethiopia, but they had known each other in Ethiopia. So they were like brother and sister. So they got the whole thing. Here we go, from Austin TV.
Years in the making, an Austin family who adopted 2 little ones from Ethiopia has been waiting to bring the little boy to Austin. The little girl's already here. And today, that waiting ended. Fox 7's Sarah Talbot has the heartwarming story.
7-year-old Ben traveled with his father, Jen Hatmaker, today, the 30-hour trip from Ethiopia. He joins his new family, also many friends who say they have waited and prayed for the adoption process to take place for both he and his sister Remy so they could get here to Texas. Cheers and tears for 7-year-old Ben, who made his first steps off of a plane from Ethiopia and into the arms of his new mother. Brandon and Jen Hatmaker brought home 5-year-old Remy in July. Although Ben and Remy are not biological siblings, the 2 made a connection in the orphanage. In July, the Hatmakers had to make a hard decision of who to bring home.
She was cleared for travel in April, and we waited. We kept hoping he would pass court and we could bring him home. And when it was clear that his case was going to be delayed, we went for her in July.
What a weird, they call it like a cryon or like a lower third. Jen Hatmaker adopted 2 children from Africa. Why is this a news story? Like, I don't understand why this gets, doesn't this happen all the time? I actually wrote down some statistics. Between 2000, this is from the U.S. State Department, okay? Between 2008 and 2012, nearly 10,000 children were adopted into the United States from Ethiopia, which represents more than from any country other than China in that time period, I guess. So 9,999 other families did not probably get press coverage.
His case was going to be delayed. We went for her in July. So that was really, really hard to bring her home and to leave him there.
This is video of August 18th when Brandon traveled to Ethiopia and found out he could now bring Ben home with him to Texas. Jen says the nearly 2 months the kids were apart was hard for them.
That goodbye was really hard. She cried in the car for the next 2 hours, and it was really hard. But we let them know we're just weeks away from this reunion. She's been talking about it nonstop.
Today, a reunion. The Hatmakers started Austin New Church in South Austin in 2007 after they say they were called to do so. This last year, the couple say they were called again, this time to adopt. This is video of the first.
See, isn't that language like exactly the same? Like, they were called to adopt, like in Rachel in her book. We were called to adopt specifically from Ethiopia, so we can also have Austin television news come and follow us on our journey as well, because we would like the free press.
First time the Hatmakers traveled to Ethiopia to meet the 2 orphans they would soon be joining with their family. Trey and Jenny Pruitt, friends of the Hatmakers, were there to witness the initial meeting and say they're glad the tedious process of the adoption is over for the Hatmaker family.
It's just been a long journey for them that we've been a part of with them, and just really excited to see Beniam again, have him over here, have him be a citizen, have him be an adopted child now, so it's really cool.
The Hatmakers say with millions of children needing homes in this world, they want to use their story to inspire others to get involved and make a difference.
Sometimes we look at the need in the world and it's very overwhelming, and many times we just get paralyzed and don't know what to do, and just do something. And you think that you're blessing them or changing their lives, but the truth is ours have been radically changed already, and I just can't wait to see what the future holds.
The Hatmakers have been talking with Ben and Remy, trying to get them prepared for their new life here in Texas, introducing them to their grandparents and also their 3 new siblings. In Austin, Sarah Talbert, Fox 7 News Edge.
Welcome to Austin, Ben and Remy.
Okay, I mean, that's a great thing that they did, helping children in need. Got nothing to say about it, but I just find it odd that it was on the news and there's a 3-minute package, 3:20, which in local television news is a long package, meaning like a long piece. It's not just like a mention, like, oh, by the way, this local family. So someone must have, had some reason to cover it in that way. I guess they may have, well, no, they didn't, because they were on HGTV after they were already adopted. So I don't know why they got some sort of special interest, but it's interesting. Okay, what is this? Oh, here's another. Now this is a little different. This is on the Today Show. I don't know, the Today Show's doing like documentary style stuff now. But this is the kids are older now. They've grown up. This is from 4 years ago. And Jen is going to talk about raising Black kids in America. And, she obviously has perspective on this. But again, sort of like, this is, I don't know. It's hard for me because, of course, like you can't interview every single person who is in any given situation. So the fact that the news is highlighting her specifically because she's a public figure and she's good on camera is not surprising, or I don't know if good, but she's willing to go on camera and all that. But it does, I don't know, concern me necessarily, but it does sort of paint a picture of, wow, this woman and this family is so great and amazing. I wonder if it hurts them too down the line, because now they have to live up to this like over the top, we are the most blessed family, the most open, the most understanding, when pieces like this are created. And then you have a divorce and now you're like upset that people are upset with you. It's like, well, yeah, because look at all the stuff that, you know, was done about you before this that made you seem perfect. So we can watch this a little bit. We don't necessarily have to watch the whole thing, but it's sort of interesting. And she talks about race. And this is where I think her political side comes out, which is sort of what she's known for, is being outspoken about her political beliefs.
And I remember her just saying, why do white people think they're so much better than black people? Why?
And I'm sorry in advance, this music's very loud and drowning out a lot of her words, but can't do anything about it.
Having to look my kid in the eye and assure her that there is nothing wrong with her because that's the message she's getting, I'm just not okay with it. I'm Jen Hatmaker. I'm married to my husband, Brandon. We've been married for 24 years, and we live just outside of Austin. We have 5 kids. Our oldest 3 are biological, and our youngest 2, Ben and Remy, are adopted from Ethiopia. Right now, they are 14 and 12. We brought them to America when they were 8 and 5. We entered not just the adoption conversation, but the race conversation. Naive, inexperienced, and ill-equipped. Once I put myself under really intelligent leadership of people of color, it was devastating to confront my own bias. And
this music, I don't know why they were like, put it up to a 10. Drown out anything she's saying. And I also think this is sort of part of the problem that people are starting to talk about more now, is that, okay, the issue of America about race. Let's talk to the white woman about what she thinks. I mean, yes, this is her perspective on being a white mother raising 2 black children that she adopted. So it has its place. But yeah, I wish there was more conversations with people of color and name them as well. Like, who did you talk to and what did they say? And maybe we interview them, as opposed to a one-sided perspective from one woman's perspective, which is what we got here.
We began to discover a racial America that we just had the luxury to not see before. We didn't have to. We're kind of the center of the bullseye on privilege. We are white, we are straight, we are married, we are pastors, we're upper middle class. So we just had the luxury of not having to care.
I'm 14 years old. My name is Biniam Hatmaker. I go by Ben. My best friends actually call me Biniam. We do live in a country area, so there's a lot of white people that say the N-word. So when I hear that, I don't even like saying the N-word. It just doesn't feel right. So whenever I hear other people that say it, I just ask them, please just don't say it around me, because I take that very offensively. I really don't like that word. When something like that happens, I usually I go talk to my parents just about what is wrong with this world.
One really beautiful and even surprising part of our family story is watching our oldest 3 biological kids also confront what it means to have black siblings, what racism looks like in their teenage culture, in the public school culture, and then to watch them directly and aggressively call it out when they see it has been one of our great joys. Maybe a few years ago, they'd have looked the other way or even participated, but now this has also changed their lives. We're really proud to be able to raise 5 kids who are all advocates for racial equality, and they're not having it. I remember one of our earliest conversations with Remy, who is incredibly precious. She's 12 now. She came here when she was 5. And I remember her just saying, why do white people think they're so much better than black people? Why? Is it something about us? And I just sat there in front of her and cried my eyes out. And I said, oh, no, you are beautiful and you are important and you are equal to anybody on this earth. I said, this is their problem. If I am unwilling to be an advocate, not just for my...
I mean, okay, she's young, but I mean, the real answer there is, I mean, yes, what she said was correct, obviously. But in reality, people think that because of places like the church, because of places of power, because of, you know, historic racism that runs through government and business and hierarchy and all of those reasons. And not that a 12-year-old can understand that, but like in this interview, you know, she's not quite there yet where she's turning her back on the church, but like the reason people believe these things is because people that they love believe these things, and then it gets passed down and down and down, and it doesn't get confronted. It's not that, oh, it's a problem with them, that, you know, there's evil people and there's good people. We got to be around the good people. It's like the people who are racist for a multitude of reasons. And most of them probably are because other people are racist and they just listen to them and go, yeah, that makes sense. That explains all of my problems. Yes, it's the easiest solution for me in this small-minded world that they live in. So it makes sense that their kids, got exposed to a different, having to deal with these issues because they have a family now with adopted kids in it. It makes sense. But I don't know. Yeah, I think I agree with the comments. It's like, this is a pretty admittedly ignorant woman. 2 years ago, our children would have been racist too, but we did this adoption thing and now we decided it's actually mean to be rude to black people. It doesn't seem like the best advocate, or she shouldn't be the one to be speaking necessarily so early on in her experience, unless she's saying like, hey, like I did not know anything and I still don't know anything because I only 2 years ago learned what racism is, and this is a huge problem in America and we need to teach it more. Like, she's not saying that. She's like, oh, I figured it out and I am a good person for that. Yes, but like, let's look at the bigger issue here. Why did you not know about this?
My son and daughter, but for all black sons and daughters, for all sons of daughters of color. What am I doing here? I have no right to be their mother. We now have learned that we are in charge of the narrative that our kids learn. And we cannot necessarily trust leaders to do the right thing, or to say what's true, to do what's just, to call evil, evil, to call racism, racism. This is not the place to be neutral or silent. This is on us at this point to come in with clear leadership for the kids that we're raising, the kids that we're influencing, to be an advocate and ally for their peers of color. Hopefully, there are enough of us out here saying unacceptable. By the time my kids are my age, I am hoping that they are living in a different society where racial equality is not a dream, it's not a hope, but it is a reality that they are.
But how are you doing this, Jen? By raising 2 children? Like, that's not going to fix the problem. I'm glad that you fixed the problem in your family, but it's not going to fix it by what? Hoping and praying? Like, that's not how it's going to fix itself. So I don't know the point of this piece, I guess. It's like, yes, we know that this exists all over the country. Okay, we just want to bring this to your attention that people are racist in Texas. Like, okay, people are racist everywhere, and in Texas specifically, in this small town, I'm sure, as she's admitting. I don't know. It's weird. I just don't know why, like, these pieces that are done are worth so much money, in the sense of, if you were to buy 5 minutes of airtime for a commercial, that would be multi millions of dollars, right? So the fact that she's being highlighted and being promoted in a way by the Today Show documentary segment division, is like free advertising for her. So I'm just, I'm sort of poking holes in it going, okay, why is she the one selected for this? Why did why did a crew of filmmakers come out and record these interviews? Why did they, shoot video? Why? Because it's interesting that she's got, different colored children. Like, I don't know. I thought, 4 years ago we were more past that point. Like the conversation is much more nuanced now. But I realize in the news, they're like 20 years behind a lot of times. They think certain, everyday stories are like, oh, amazing. As long as it's with a blogger who can go viral and push our content for us.
Living in securely and deeply and presently.
Okay. I don't know. What a waste of time, I guess. I have nothing against what she's done. I'm sure they have more opportunities now than being on the streets in Ethiopia. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I think if you want to be now a leader in this space, which it seems like maybe she's trying to do, or the family is going to be held up on a pedestal of this is how you live in America and deal with racism, let's get a little bit fucking deeper here and, actually do it. We know no more awareness. Like, we're done with like awareness campaigns. Like, let's do action campaigns is what I am at this point. Okay. All right. This is super random, and I'm going to block the faces on this one, so give me a second. But she posted this photo back in 2012. I went deep into the archives for this on her public Facebook page. But and this is before maybe she knew that racism existed and stereotypes exist. But she posted this photo and she's talking about it like, okay, it's definitely going to be taken out of context by me showing it out of a million photos where she's not doing this or, whatever, maybe it's fine. But I think I just was like taken aback by it. And I'm sharing it because you got to be careful. As much as you think like I can share whatever I want about my kids. First of all, you shouldn't share anything, in my opinion. Take your kids off the internet when they're 18. They can have a coming out party. I'm on the internet because I'm 18 party. But before that, I say stay off. You can view it, but do not post yourself, especially as a parent, posting your kids. I don't think you should. I don't see the benefit at all. If you have a private community, your parents and your friends and people you know from church, whatever, great. Private account, you can make sure who gets to see it, but just publicly sharing all these intimate conversations and pictures of your kids, give me one positive thing that comes out of it for your kids that it might be positive, like, oh, I got a lot of likes and a lot of like, self congratulations, but other than that, okay, so I'm going to share this photo. I'm going to block myself. Actually, hold on, let's do it like this. And I just felt like it was in poor taste and she should be more careful. Okay. So here's the kids. He's holding a gun. It's not real. It's an airsoft gun. But it's just like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? Why are you doing this? And the caption is, the Bigs are at the ranch with my mom and dad until Monday, which means Ben and Remy get sleepovers in each other's rooms until then. They've been giggling for 30 minutes and it's too cute to interrupt. Yes, this pic is current. Airsoft war fatigues. Like, I don't know. It's, it's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything, but like, I don't know, just to see that, like your two adopted kids and him holding a gun like that and then posting it on Facebook for everyone to see, I don't know. Just to me, like rubbed me the wrong way. So I just wrote it down, saved it because I was like, whoa, I would not want that to be on the internet forever. Not going back. As a little kid with no choice. Like, share that with your family. Go for sure. That understands what airsoft is. But like, why is it a black gun? Like, I don't know. Okay. So that's that. What else about the kids? Meeting the kids. So they did a recording, of course. They sort of showed that already in the news article. But I think it's interesting that like Jen looks very 1950s in this video specifically. And this is on Brandon's YouTube channel. But this is them meeting the kids for the first time.
Are you gonna make it?
You know, I don't know. I just think it's sort of like, I don't know who's recording, but again, like recording all this stuff like makes me feel, and like recording her and recording him, like, and them getting out of the van, and like it just to me feels like this is meant to go on the news. This is meant to be part of a narrative in a documentary someday. Like there is content planning going on here. I could be wrong. Maybe they just want to capture the moments, but I don't know. Like, do you really need it recorded? Maybe. And maybe it could be like, I don't know, after you guys get settled, make sure the kids are okay. But no, they're like, cameras on, let's go, let's roll. We're going to put these kids on immediately. I don't know. I don't know anything about adoptions, but like, have these people met each other? Like, are these the first time they're meeting each other? Like,
Her hair is so cute.
seems like a lot.
Where's Gavin?
You are. Oh, baby.
Did Benningham say, where's Gavin?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it says meeting Ben and Remy. I don't know if that was like the first time they had ever met before. And then that has 2 million views, that video. Almost 3 million views. For what, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like that's the first time they're meeting, and they're like, oh, you're our child, and they seem okay with it, but it's also kind of weird looking back. It's like you're meeting this random person for the first time in your life, and you're like, let's hug and kiss, and I don't know. I don't know. It's not my place to say any of this stuff, but anyways, okay, that's that. We did this. We did the photo. Okay. And then just an interesting note about Jen's other child, very similar to Rachel Hollis' story. Once again, Jen's daughter has come out officially as gay. So, of course, I had to do a podcast immediately about it. A moment of pride. So, you know, a moment cannot go by without, let's make it into a podcast and sell some ads on it. Yeah. And this says, on this incredibly meaningful special bonus episode of For the Love in honor of Pride Month, a mother and daughter come together to have a frank and beautiful conversation about what it's like to grow up as the daughter of a popular Christian author and speaker in a household steeped in the church and realize you're gay. This is Jen and Sydney Hatmaker's experience. It's actually mostly Sydney's experience, but we're going to also talk about Jen too, because it's her podcast. Sydney and her mom tell their story so that parents, family, and friends of LGBTQ plus kids who need trustworthy voices to lead them into love and affirmation will find hope here. Sydney bravely and tenderly shares how she grappled with reconciling her sexuality and her spirituality, all the while wondering if God would still love her if she decided to build a life where she could be who she was meant to be. The pair candidly discuss Sydney's initial silent journey and Jen's deep regret at not being more aware of what her daughter needed during these early days as Sydney wrestled alone with who she was. Jen and Sydney make a call to Christians to look at what it means to really love our LGBTQ plus family, recognizing them wholly as God's children who are wholly loved by God. Sydney also gives us insight into how we can come alongside our LGBTQ plus family by showing us what meaningful allyship looks like, supporting and protecting those who are subject to marginalization with tangible actions filled with love. Okay, once again, I'm all on board. Like, much better to support your kid going through this than saying you're shunned and gone forever. So I have no complaints on that front. Putting in a podcast, I mean, the daughter's still young, I think. Let's see. And I guess the daughter has been open about her journey. I don't think she has her own public platform necessarily, but okay, she's 20 now. I don't know when the podcast was recorded, but I guess she's old enough to decide whatever she wants to do. So, good for her. I'm glad her parents support her. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's, again, like when you have a lifestyle like this, when you're sharing your stories and it, like one thing, and it's something I thought about with the Glennon Doyle stuff. It's one thing to have a book or have 3 books in her case and write about your life. She had 3 memoirs and one very different than the next, right? Glennon's trifecta of books. And I have nothing wrong with that. You want to write your books and talk about yourself. I want to I don't know if I want to write a book, but I want to talk about my life story at some point, of course. That's a human nature thing as well, where you want to be remembered, you want to leave some sort of legacy, some sort of memory behind. I think writing a book about all your inner thoughts is fine. It's when it becomes blog posts, when it becomes, weekly podcasts and the events that you speak at that you make $100,000 at, apparently, in some of these people, that becomes part of it too. And it becomes a money situation. So if you want to continue your lifestyle, you better keep coming up with new stuff, or you better be revealing more truths. And then everyone in your life becomes a target for becoming content. And I think that's where it becomes unfair, especially to the children. I don't think it's done well for the relationships, the romantic relationships, because look at all of the 3 women we've talked about. They ended up in divorce and they all talked about their marriages very in depth. And I don't think it's good for real world life relationships. I just haven't seen proof that, after you go and call your husband a asshole for 3 chapters in a book back when you guys first started dating leads to a more fulfilled and loving life in the future. I haven't seen the proof of it. Sorry. Anyways. Okay. So that's her kid's story. We already talked about Ethiopia statistics. Let's see. I guess we can talk about the church a little bit. I'm going to read this article from Politico about Jen. It's, I think, pretty good, and it sort of sums up everything well, I think, about her kind of rebelliousness in the Christian faith and sort of where she finds herself now. I think she's, at least from what I've seen recently, she has gone less into, she's more like, I'm a cookbook writer. I'm just going to do a tour about, being funny, and that's fine. That's great. I have nothing to really say about that. I think that's probably a safer move than documenting every moment of your life on the internet for people. But this is when she was sort of more getting into the I'm a different kind of Christian mentality. So just to get a better understanding of who she is. Okay, here we go. This evangelical leader denounced Trump. That's a big thing that she did do. Then the death threat started. Not surprised. Jen Hatmaker is one of the most popular religious figures in America. Is that true? Many people in this chat have said they had no idea who she was before. And like I said, I am not a Christian person at all. So I was like, oh, maybe I just don't know who's the popular ones anymore. But apparently in 2017, Politico believes she's one of the most popular religious figures in America. And she is paying a steep price for speaking out for what she believes in. Okay. Last fall, this is from 2017, just to remind you. Last fall, Jen Hatmaker, a popular evangelical author and speaker, started getting death threats. Readers mailed back her books to her home address, but not before some burned the pages or tore them into shreds. Lifeway Christian Stores, the behemoth retailer of the Southern Baptist Convention, pulled her titles off the shelves. Hatmaker was devastated. Up until that point, she had been a widely influential and welcome presence in the evangelical world, a Christian author whose writings made the New York Times bestseller list and whose home renovation got its own HGTV series. Okay. And just because they mention it, it was called My Big Family Renovation, and they basically remodel like a early 1900s home in Buda, Texas, on TV as a family in 6 months. And it was a fairly popular show, I guess. But then 2016 happened, and well, of course, everything changed. During the campaign, as other white evangelicals coalesced around the Republican nominee, Hatmaker effectively joined the, coterie, I don't know, of Never Trump evangelicals, telling her more than 500,000 Facebook followers that Donald Trump made her sad and horrified and despondent. After the Access Hollywood tape leaked and prominent evangelical men came to Trump's defense, she tweeted, "We will not forget, nor will we forget the Christian leaders that betrayed their sisters in Christ for power." Then, in an interview with Religion News Service columnist Jonathan Merritt, she made what was a stunning admission for her evangelical community, that she supported same-sex relationships. That's when the full weight of conservative Christian outrage crashed down on Hatmaker. There were soon angry commenters and finger-wagging bloggers. She says people in her little town of Buda, Texas, just south of Austin, pulled her children aside and said terrible things about her and her husband. She was afraid to be in public, and she wasn't sleeping well or eating well. Quote, "The way people spoke about us, it was as if I had never loved Jesus a day in my life." Hatmaker recently told an audience in Dallas. Oh, she told that, quote, to an audience in Dallas. The gilded auditorium was quiet. Its 2,300 seats filled to capacity with nearly all women. "And I was just an ally," she said. "Think about how our gay brothers and sisters feel." There was more. 2 weeks after her bombshell interview, Trump won, and Hatmaker's community, at least 80% of white evangelicals in America, had helped put him in office. What's been really painful and disorienting for me is to realize how far away from my evangelical family I am, she told me in an interview before her Dallas event. "I thought we had a lot more common ground. The fissures within Christianity became trenches, with men and women like Hatmaker, as well as Christians of color, left on the losing side." Hatmaker's career was on the line, but so was her very sense of self and the essence of her life and work, most importantly, her faith. "This year, I became painfully aware of the machine, the Christian machine," she wrote in April on her blog. "It was Good Friday, a somber day for Christians to observe the crucifixion of Jesus." Hatmaker wrote that she understood now the machine's systems and alliances and coded language and brand protection. You just figured that out? Okay, it's been going on since BC. Not as the insider she has long been, but from the outside where I was no longer welcome. During the election season, she added, "The Christian machine malfunctioned. It laid bare the civil war within her Christian community." Indeed, the white conservative Christian electorate and its overlap with the old guard religious right has supported a thrice-married adulterer who bragged about sexual assault. It was excused leadership blunders and nativism and white supremacy. And it was rallied around Senate candidate Roy Moore in the face of multiple allegations of sexual abuse of minors. It has also brought low many of those evangelicals who dared to question its judgment. A recent survey found that white evangelicals are now more likely than the average American or any other religious group polled to excuse politicians' immoral behavior. Even the Southern Baptist Convention's Russell Moore, who leads the denomination's public policy arm and was perhaps the most famous Never Trump evangelical, was forced to go on a kind of apology tour after the election in order to keep his job. He said he was sorry if his criticisms had been too broad. He didn't mean to criticize everyone who voted for Trump. Hatmaker, meanwhile, has not backed down. In May, she posted an Instagram photo of herself wearing a black tank top with the words, "I ain't sorry." Very similar to Rachel Hollis's "sorry, not sorry." Okay, just my own 2 cents. She has kept talking to her followers, many of them white and generally conservative Christian women, about supporting gun control, Black Lives Matter, and refugees. At a time when the white evangelical share of the American electorate is on the decline, Hatmaker is out with a best-selling book, a top-rated podcast, and a speaking tour that's selling out. Whether that influence stands a chance at countering the white evangelical alliance with Trump or translates to political activism at all remains to be seen. Hatmaker's name is not well known in Washington circles. Women like her do not crown primary picks in Iowa or direct money to super PACs, but they can, and she does, have much larger grassroots followings than many religious right leaders. In a faith tradition that often limits leadership opportunities for women, Hatmaker has built a brand outside denominational boundaries. For her critics, that means she has too little accountability. For her supporters, it means she's free to speak her mind and to speak up for a Christian constituency, I can never say that word, constituency, that finds itself at odds with the politically minded evangelical leaders welcomed at the White House. For me, Hatmaker says, it's not as base as I'm just going to keep being political for the sake of it. So much of it that all of this policy, all of this rhetoric, all of this leadership, it affects real live human people. No shit. That for me is where I am no longer comfortable remaining silent. Born in 1974, Hatmaker grew up mostly in Kansas as a pastor's kid during the rise of the religious right. Her Southern Baptist youth and young adulthood were filled with the middle class, culturally evangelical quirks of the 1980s and 90s, the contemporary Christian music and merchandise, the true love waits, abstinence pledges, and church twice on Sundays. Quote, "Good reader," she wrote in her book, For the Love. "I was exactly the church youth group girl you think I was." She attended Oklahoma Baptist University, where she met her husband, Brandon. They married with a dry wedding when she was 19. So again, right on par with Rachel Hollis. I was so square, she quips now. She had her first child at 23, and back then she worked as a teacher and then focused her energies at home while her husband worked as a pastor. She describes her career as if she stumbled into it. Working in women's ministry eventually led to speaking gigs and book deals and being what she calls low-grade Christian famous. So very similar to Glennon and Rachel, had time at home, had time to figure out these thoughts, had a place to put them on paper, was raising the family during that, but also had some time, not in an office space working while the husband was out doing whatever. Hatmaker's early books were women's Bible studies. Her first cover was punctuated with hot pink accents and an illustration of girlish sunglasses. Her writing style has always been chatty and fun and filled with folksy humor. She used to avoid politics on her public platform, and she has long considered herself a political independent. She is just as likely to drop biblical wisdom as she is to share the merits of casserole, the joys of shopping at Target, and the antics of her 5 kids. Okay, as does every mommy blogger ever. Okay. One of her running gags is about sweet versus spicy families. Hers falls decisively in the spicy camp, sarcastic, loud, unruly. Through her speaking and writing, Hatmaker became what seemed like the heir apparent to Beth Moore, no relation to Roy or Russell, a mega influential evangelist and Bible study author out of Houston. Moore, whom Hatmaker still refers to as a mentor, has also been highly critical of evangelicals' current political positions, and she regularly sends and tweets encouragement to Hatmaker. They both spent time on the Women of Faith Tour, a Christian women's conference that began in 1996. In 2015, Hatmaker announced she would be a headliner on the millennial-friendly follow-up called the Belong Tour, which sold out arenas last fall at the height of the campaign season. But by then, Hatmaker had already become less satisfied with the comfortable suburban Christianity she knew. In 2008, she and her husband founded a small church in the Austin area with a focus on serving the poor and marginalized. She wrote a book chronicling the adoption of her youngest 2 children from Ethiopia. Okay, so she wrote a book about it. I didn't know that. I read this already, but I forgot that part. She wrote a book chronicling the adoption of her youngest 2 children from Ethiopia, as well as her family's experiment with living with less, a kind of proto-minimalism before the craze caught on. She followed up with the publication of Interrupted, When Jesus Wrecks Your Comfortable Christianity. I first met Hatmaker in June in the lobby of her Times Square hotel in New York, where she was promoting her latest book, Of Mess and Moxie, a collection of short spiritual essays peppered with recipes and comic listicles, all written before the recent dust-up. When I reached out to shake her hand, she enveloped me with a hug instead. Her maxi skirt ensemble was signature Hatmaker, colorful with a southwestern tinge, complete with her trademark statement earrings. When I asked her how it felt to do publicity again, she took a long pause. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to tell you the truth or not, she said before breaking into a cackle. The thing she was most emphatic about was that her faith had remained intact since last fall's backlash. I didn't have a whole lot left besides my faith in my closest people, she says. She was relieved to find this anchor that I profess it holds. Part of Hatmaker's appeal is that she doesn't pretend her views are stagnant or unchanging. You don't have to be who you... Oh my God, here's a Dave Hollis quote. You don't have to be who you first were, she writes in her newest book, her 12th. Over the years, she has guided her readers through her own theological transformations, which she tends to dive into headlong. Half-hearted is not an adjective ever wasted on me, she writes. If anyone was paying attention, she points out they could see that she had become more outspoken on political issues over time. Yeah, because you test the waters and you see how people react, and if they don't ditch you, then you keep doing it. That makes sense. Back in 2013, she wrote a blog post about getting uninvited to speak at a church, partly because of her critical tone towards ministries that do not emphasize social justice. She also owned up to the fact that her ministry had taken a hard left. In the spring of 2016, before most people were paying attention, she had spoken in support of gay teens. Her gradual shift to supporting same-sex relationships, culminating in her public announcement last year, also did not happen in a vacuum. In 2016, a slim majority of young white evangelicals, 51%, said they now support same-sex marriage, according to the Public Religion Research Institute. Last year, colleagues and friends had warned Hatmaker not to throw away her career, not to say she was coming around on LGBT rights, but she couldn't think one thing in private and say another in public. I just thought my insides are going to have to match my outsides come what may, she says. In the process, she broke a number of rules, both spoken and unspoken. For one, in supporting same-sex marriage, Hatmaker failed what has become for some a litmus test for what counts as an evangelical and who doesn't. On top of that, evangelical female leaders, the ones with brands and blogs and speaking tours, are often reluctant to talk politics openly for fear of alienating their female audiences or stepping too far outside the bounds of acceptable conservative Christian gender norms. In fact, evangelical women's ministries are often touted as being apolitical, regulated to gender-appropriate church duties and the domestic spheres of home and children. But of course, those spaces have never been apolitical. Women's bodies and the decision around having children, as well as the notions of traditional family values, have long fueled the culture wars and have tied most white evangelicals to the Republican Party for more than 3 decades. Last fall, after Trump's Access Hollywood comments surfaced, it wasn't just Hatmaker who blanched. A number of other prominent evangelical women spoke out against him, a move seen as a rare political moment by otherwise non-political leaders. For Hatmaker, politics gets rooted in relationships, including those with gay friends. You cannot talk in a sterilized way about an issue when the issue is a friend, she says. On race, too, our friends and neighbors of color have been banging this drum forever. Through adoption, she is a mother of 2 black children. Her son, she says, first experienced racial slurs after the 2016 election. When I see legislation and leadership and government harming people, when I see language that's being normalized and the effect that it's going to have on my neighbors and on people who are typically marginalized, I will not sit by. Another season of the Belong Tour was supposed to start this past summer. Its dates were announced with a slickly packaged promotional video in April, but by July, the company that owns the tour announced it was canceled. The official response blamed poor ticket sales. Hatmaker suggests there was more to the story due to the tour's new ownership, but wouldn't offer many specifics. She thinks the owner is going to take the tour in a different direction, perhaps keeping it more in line with traditional evangelicalism. If we were heading out towards the margins a bit, I think he's going to turn it back a little more mainstream. The owner did not respond for interview requests. We're almost done. She forged ahead anyways. In July, she debuted her weekly interview-style podcast, and it quickly shot up to the top 10 in the religion and spirituality category on iTunes. By the end of the summer, Of Mess and Moxie hit the New York Times bestseller list. She created a fall event series, the Moxie Matters Tour, with her friend and Belong Tour alum, singer-songwriter Nicole Nordman. They scaled it back from the original tour's arena, booking more intimate spaces like churches and theaters. After several of the stops on their 11-city tour sold out, the duo added 8 more dates to the calendar after the new year. The size of Hatmaker's audience, her tribe, as she calls it, has held steady despite the backlash she has faced, she told me. But she says there has been some more turnover, with fans lost and fans gained because of her comments. Recently, when Trump made a Pocahontas joke in front of Navajo veterans, Hatmaker tweeted that he was incapable of maturity, decency, self-awareness, or shame. He humiliates us every single day. We can never stop calling out this behavior. As sexual misconduct charges against powerful men continue to break, she wrote a note of solidarity with victims on Facebook, adding, "Voting for molesters because we prefer them to stay in power is evil," which prompted thousands to share and a lively debate in the comment section about whether someone who opposes abortion can support Roy Moore's pro-choice Democratic opponent, Doug Jones. When a commenter posted, "She's talking to you, Alabama," Hatmaker replied, "And Franken and Spacey and dirty clergy and all of them. Let no one escape." I don't know what any of that really meant. Hatmaker also recently tweeted that the evangelical subculture tends to elevate a very homogenous voice, white, mostly male, women who don't upset the power differential we've come to count on, white, conservative, straight, Republican. Going against the grain, she wrote, threatens commercial success. But Hatmaker notes that a mentor recently advised her to just lead whatever followers she had. "I really took that advice," she told me, "and I felt real free since." In the basement of the theater in Dallas, more than 100 women form a line that snakes around the room. For $99, they've bought the Girlfriend Party Pack, which includes the VIP meet and greet, a book, a CD, and an event admission. It's late October, and the women are decked out in their autumn best, red plaid leather jackets and oversized sweaters, even though it's Texas, and the high is 80 degrees. Off to the side, one of the tour managers mentions that Hatmaker's kids joke they can spot her fans anywhere. They wear the boots, the skinny jeans, the flowy tops, the big bag, she says, just like Hatmaker. Women congregate in their packs of 2 and 3 and 6s, the crowd more diverse in age than race. A trio of friends from Minnesota flew down for a girls' trip with an earlier stop in nearby Waco to see Magnolia, the storefront of HGTV star Joanna Gaines, for the show Fixer Upper. Ahead of them in line, a woman wears a shirt that reads, "Jen Hatmaker is my spirit animal." Volunteers from a local church are on hand to hold purses and snap cell phone pics as the women pose for pictures with Nordum and Hatmaker, who has hugs enough for all of them. The room gets loud and warm, and women squeal with delight when it's their turn. Some bring presents wrapped in gift bags and tissue paper. Some cry and say their lives have been changed. The Moxie Matters Tour venues include LGBT-affirming churches that are evangelical and mainline Protestant. That was intentional, Hatmaker says. The tour is billed as inclusive. Why wouldn't I want to set the absolutely most absurdly long table that I can, she says. To her, that's the gospel, where everyone is welcome, no matter who they love, where they're from, and what their history is. That's not to say all the women at Moxie Matters agree with her political viewpoints. A self-described Hatmaker superfan at the meet and greet tells me, "I don't agree with her position on LGBT rights, but I still love her, and I feel like I agree with everything else she stands for and represents." Hatmaker acknowledged such differences later on stage. "We're kind of all over the map here on conviction and ideology and theology," she told the crowd before she began the story of her past year. I love that and respect that. She did not mention Trump, and she was careful to translate her own story of the past year to a more universal message of coping with pain and rejection. Hatmaker remains an unlikely and perhaps uncomfortable member of the anti-Trump resistance. I don't know if I fit neatly into that space, she says. While she's against abortion, at least back in 2016, she says, while she's against abortion, she takes pains to say she has an expansive view of what pro-life means. And she doesn't think holding that view necessarily ties her to the GOP, even at a time when white evangelicals are as closely affiliated as ever with the Republican Party. But maybe that's the point. Hatmaker can reach her own demographic. In the green room before her meet and greet, she said, "For me, it's more like a constant prophetic responsibility to call evil, evil, to call racism, racism. And unfortunately, this seems to be happening on the daily." Does she still identify as evangelical? It depends on your definition, she says. She rejects the conservative political affiliation aligned with the term. I think the way that most people would understand the word, I would say, no, I do not identify with the label anymore. I just love Jesus. I am still bewildered and I don't know what the future is, Hatmaker says. I do know that there seems to be a mass exodus from the evangelical brand right now. That could be my tribe that I've curated, so I hear that more. Because it seems like the good old boys are still thriving out in a world that I'm not involved in, so you know my perspective is narrow and biased, and I'm not sure what is actually true, she adds. Fair. I want to be hopeful, though. I want to be hopeful that we are going to find our way back home and reclaim a lot of the credibility that we've lost. With that, the conversation ends and she walks out of the green room and down a narrow, dim hallway. She stops for a moment to pull out a compact and powder her nose, and then a doorway opens up and the light streams in, and she walks out to a throng of evangelical women still cheering at the sound of her name. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, I'm sweating. That was a lot of reading. Anyways, okay. Well, that is a very good summary of her life and upbringing and political stance. I'm not sure about the abortion thing. I know, like I said, way back when, if you were still here at the beginning of this, she talked about being upset about Roe v. Wade. On May 4th, she wrote a blog post about it. Let's see. Deep, doop, doop. Well, it's very long. I don't want to read the whole thing, but let's just see. She sat quietly with the news. Okay. This is before it came out officially, but it got leaked that it was going to be overturned. She's not saying okay. Sorry, I don't want to read the whole thing. It says, abortion is a choice women make for endless personal reasons, including the health of the mother, the health of the baby, rape, incest, visibility, financial instability, a dangerous home environment, lack of help, and of course, reasons that are theirs alone, as are their bodies. This is intensely personal and private, and women deserve agency and choice, not only with their bodies, but over the decision to parent for the rest of their lives. Anti-abortion advocates have every right to their convictions, but those convictions should apply only to their bodies, their families, and their futures. So I guess she's in support of pro-choice. It's not very clear, and I don't want to read the whole thing out loud. I'm sorry. Because I don't think you want to read the whole thing out loud, because it's going to be raspy. Anyways, okay. I think, here's my final thoughts on Jen for today. I think all these people deserve, Rachel has had like 1,700 videos by me. And I think Glennon deserves another round of looking into and listening to. Jen deserves another round. I have a ton more links to go through, but it's already been 4 hours. So I think 4 hours is good for a first run. Overall, my first thoughts, I think Jen is a brave person. I think she's brave to be able to, have an upbringing so closely tied to the church and then decide based on her own life experience and, her beliefs evolving over time to stand up for what she believes in. I don't think that's easy. I think people who don't take a public political view like myself, I have said I'm liberal and things and progressive, but I'm not like, I'm voting for this person. I'm going to say this about, I think that's just not my place. But the fact that she's making it her place, I think does take a lot of balls. It takes a lot of guts to do that, especially when you're making a ton of money from being a public person. So I think, she's got a lot of bravery. I think she is making a lot of the mistakes that I find in the self-help industry, oversharing, not being able to stop because your livelihood depends on it, posting kids online, using your kids' stories for monetized content, using your love life as content. I don't love that. I don't think that's good for us as consumers. I don't think that's good for her as a person to have the ability to have a private life outside of her work, or it's all deceptive. Like you can't have it all, I think that she gets offered more, news coverage than I think is deserved by her. In the past, I think that's more of a reflection on the news industry than her necessarily. I think she fits into the mold that they're comfortable with. Like woman who has a blog, like I said, willing to go on camera, wanting to talk about herself and her good deeds in the world. I mean, the news is a busy place. They'll take those people on more than they won't, in my experience, especially locally. And, I don't love that, but I think it's less her fault. I think her ex-husband has been, seemed honest to me, I liked his take on things, the way he explained things, the way he got into detail about which rehab facility he went to and why it worked for him. And, he had cheated and him being honest about that. I have not heard, I'll go back and listen to the podcast from Glennon and Jen about her experience, but her experience seemed much less forthcoming. And maybe that was an effort to protect her ex-husband's privacy, but maybe it was because she doesn't want to be judged and she wants to turn it into a lesson immediately. And there's really no lesson there yet to be told. It's another complicated person. Do I think she's all bad? No, I don't. I think there's some good things. And I think, maybe if you are teetering on the line of, deconstructing from evangelical life, she might be a good person to look to, perhaps. I don't know. I never had to do that. Like I said, I was raised Catholic, never really got into it. I did my communion, but that was it. And thankfully, I sort of had a non-religious life, so no one was caring that I didn't go to church ever or had any sort of purity promise that I had to make. I think she's more honest than Rachel, perhaps. So it seems. I would love to know what happened between them and why she chose Dave after the divorce to be friends with, so it seems. But I don't know if we'll ever get that hot goss because she seems to only want to share the positive hot goss. So, those are my thoughts. Can she be better? Yes. Can she be worse? Yes. That's my nuanced take based on all the research. I think that last article, I read that sort of in the middle of my research, and that made me like her. It made me put a point in her category. But then some of the dating video with a hat and the twirling of the things, the airplane stuff, not okay, not acceptable. She seems self-centered and make stories about her, how she can shine, how you need to look at her jacket. I think she should check herself a little bit with that, check the ego when she's talking, at least publicly. But anyone who's gonna support LGBT rights, supports abortion rights, supports being anti-racist, I'm not gonna, I think we need to accept those people and applaud them where the applause is due, in my opinion. Because if I harshly criticize and go, you shouldn't do this, and that's just going to turn people off from ever switching sides. So I think the fact that she's done that is great. The bar is low. Thank you for wanting everyone to have rights. I do appreciate that. But even though the bar is low, you got to just accept that for what it is. Or I got to accept that for what it is, that it's low and that's just how it is right now. But glad that you're on at least the good side of things. So anyways, and yeah, there's some definitely some white savior complex perhaps that we can look into more. That's a complicated one. You know, in the beginning of this channel, my channel, like I really was wanting to cover those topics and like white saviorism. I just think it's very difficult for me to talk about that. I wish maybe I can find somebody that can come talk about it for me, because I don't have a great perspective. I'm a white woman who has probably fallen into those traps before, because you think you're doing the right thing because, you know, that's the insular bubble that you've been in. So I would like to defer to someone with much more knowledge than me before I start criticizing other people for doing that. But I can see that as being a problem. Angela Arnold, thank you. Angela says, just popped on, sending love and light. Love and light for you.
I'm going to send you so much love and so much light and so much good energy today because I feel like you need it.
I feel like you need it. Let's play another Rachel clip.
Vacation labia. You have a wig in your panties. I have like no facts.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Angela. Also, just as a side note, I had taken a hiatus from Rachel Hollis' podcast. I have like purposely not listened to it. And I was driving home from tennis last night and I was like, let me just pop it on. I had like run out of other podcasts to listen to. And God, it's so bad. It's so bad. But the one thing that she said that I'm going to soundbite is she's like, my cycle isn't, my period is on the same cycle as the moon, or something along those lines. She's like, I'm synced to the moon. So of course, Rachel gets her period on the full moon. Anyways, that's something that is real, according to her. I don't know. She's gone off the deep end. I need a break from her. I can't keep putting myself through it. I know it sounds ridiculous and stupid, but like, it really was grinding my gears, like listening to every thought that she's had in her head. I just need a little time away from it. So I think I'm going to continue the break. And if there is one episode or one part of an episode that you think is like so juicy that, you know, I should listen to, please DM me on Instagram, or if you're in the membership, just, you know, make a post in the Reddit or on the, I think you can make posts. I don't know if you can make posts in the YouTube. You can make posts in the Reddit if you're a member. And let me know and I'll listen to it, but I can't listen to all of them like I was. I just can't. My brain cannot handle it. I've decided. So yes, speaking of memberships, if you would like to join the membership, you can get access to those custom emojis and emotes. And I'm working on new ones. I've curated some possibilities for the next round to add. So if you really like the live streams and you want to be a participant and also get a little pancake avatar next to your name, that is possible. And I'll show you. And basically every month that you're a member, the pancake grows and eventually you have a full stack. So if that's something that you are dying to have, that is available. So if you're on the channel, it should be right under there, right where my giant head is. And it should say see perks. Or no, it should say join for you. And then you'll have access. And then if you have Reddit as well and you are a member, then you can get access to the Reddit thread where you can talk to other members about things. I post almost all my links for everything. So if you want to go and like read all of the 300 links that I pulled and Facebook posts that I talked about, I post it in the Reddit so that it can live there forever if you want to reference it for any reason, or you're doing your own research or have your own YouTube channel. I thought that was like a way I could, bugs, you see that bug? That was a way that I could keep it all together, but keep it, for everyone else to utilize if they want to. So yeah, I might be back this week perhaps to talk Heidi's new app and are Heidi and Dave broken up officially? I mean, that's like the third video I could do on that, but we'll see. We'll see if it warrants it. And then Cringefluencers is tomorrow. Don't know what time. Got to talk to Cam, but we'll post about it on Instagram. So, oh yeah. All I can say about this right now is that Heidi and I did have an interaction on Instagram, but that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave you hanging on purpose because we'll see what happens. That's all I'm going to say. I know I'm being like very vague and I hate people who do that and I accuse them of like not telling the truth, but I don't want to ruin something potentially. So
we hate him.
And by him, I mean me. Okay, everybody. I will see you. Well, I won't see you because I'm looking at myself in this camera screen. But I will see me later, and you will also see me later because I'll be on again. And I'll cut these segments because we've been on here for 4 hours. I'll cut these segments and put them on the highlights channel, and then you can watch them in slower doses. Oh my God! Wait, I have to do the song. Okay, wait. We gotta do the song. So hold your horses. I'm gonna play one audio version so I can pee real quick, and then I'm gonna sing all the words, all the names. Peace. The song. Yes, this song is gonna be this one. And I hope it's a good song. Oh God. Okay, let me pee real quick. Meow, 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 meow. Uh-oh. All right, let's start it over from the top. Make it drop. That's a wop. Yeah, what a positive and upbeat song. So positive. Rainy cannon, that's how I live. Starry nights in the sky. Nicole Hensley has 2 eyes, just like Ann Young. She is a son of a gun. Nicole Campbell, she loves the soup and she's got an angle. She's working on it, just like Clueless Monet. Rolling around in the hay with Laura Wallace. She likes to go out to the ranch to find some Angela Arnold. The perception trainer is just one name on the list, not to be confused with Marley Hanno. A consul, you are a lot to handle. Brianna Nicole, you love that Texas guy. Me oh my. Chels Marie, she is free. Actually, I don't know if you're she or not, but I'm assuming maybe it's they. Alaska Blatundra, you wanna have fundra in the snow. Okay, go. Dave Kelly is trying to be a cowboy. Yeah. Like Crystal G on their horse. Louise V is too. Dahlia is chasing behind the crew. Oh yeah. Kimberly Casse, she's gonna say no way. Oops. And before you leave, we got a couple more left, including Soko Lashes. She's in California, but she'll take a trip to the Alaskan tundra. To the country, to the south, Alaska. In Alice in Wonderland 66, she's got my land. I need the deed, or she's gonna live there forever for free. How could I let that happen? Joms, you are the bomb. You're always here to cheer us on. And Kimberly Harris smiles. She's always driving for miles and miles. She'll take us home because she ain't gonna leave no one alone. That's the show, everybody. We are gonna party. Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Hope you got lots of turkey and stuffing. We might be going to Golden Corral 'cause it's open and they cook for you, so I don't have to cook a turkey on my own for 2 people. So yeah, I'll let everyone know, because I want to be an influencer secretly. Good night, everybody. It's been nice to know you. Goodbye, yeah. Goodbye, yeah. Taro didn't come on the show. I'm very sad, but she's here in our hearts, always. Yeah.